Okay, so theoretically we should be just about live. And good evening, all. This is obviously not Life with Matthews. This is not Life with Matthews virtual pub. First and foremost, we're starting on time. Second of all, I am not a sea mammal. Third, other than that, the rules are fairly similar. We're just here to have a good time. We're not here, any fights that we're here to have strictly as nerd fights. We're not here to fight about serious political issues or crap like that. We can fight about whether or not we think, the Enterprise would beat a Star Destroyer. Spoiler alert, the Enterprise would beat a Star Destroyer. But I'm not interested in fighting about Orange Man versus Pasty White Man or anything like that. So please save your political ideology fights for other places. And we absolutely will not discuss facial coverings or injections. Those subjects are absolutely not to be brought up, period. Moderators, if people start mentioning them, I want those comments removed. And people, if you're on the panel, you will be removed from the panel if those topics come up. I'm going to be strict about that because, yes, I know I can easily be pulled into those conversations, and I don't want to get pulled into those conversations because that's not the point of the virtual pub. The virtual pub was always about just having fun, not about getting into serious, deep dive political crap. Okay? Anyway, but the link is there already, so I would ask people to come up. I do want people to participate. If people don't want to participate, then this is going to be a very brief virtual pub, because I'm only going to do this for as long as people are going to participate. See, that's the way it's going to be. Or until I run out of Saurian brandy. Although I have a full bottle of Saurian brandy, so that's not going to happen. So at least we have that. But it would take a lot of Saurian brandy to get me to start discussing certain topics. In the meantime, I see that we have a couple of people already in the backstage. So, Mr. Gorilla and Mr. Squidward, how are you two tonight?
Oh, I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Not too bad, and my volume is low, so let me bring it up a little bit so I can hear you guys better. Either that or you're really low. Say something, Mr. Gorilla. I want to make sure you're not, like, way off from him.
Oh, it's been a long day.
You're distorting a little bit, Gorilla. Let's see. Talk a little bit more.
Well, is that better?
Is it distorting for you too, Squidward?
Not really.
See, on my end, when Gorilla's talking, it's distorting. But when you talk, Squidward, it sounds clear as a bell.
I just exited out of YouTube there, so that should fix that.
Hopefully, yeah.
It's a little clearer now.
I did notice on the YouTube stream the audio was a little out of sync, but
that's to YouTube.
That's typical, ain't it?
Google much, at its finest.
Hey, but for what the service they offer, it's pretty.
Honestly, considering it's free of charge and all that good stuff. Alex says, I've had enough of politics at work, so I'm the same wave, just out of bandwidth. Hey, that's fine, Alex. Wesley says, can I talk about my airsoft face covering? You can. I don't know if, anybody else wants to talk about airsoft face coverings, because I don't know anything about them. I mean, I know what airsoft is, but,
It's kind of the same thing they use in paintball, kind of a guard.
Right.
Plastic guard, because it really hurts to get shot with airsoft.
It's basically like a motocross thing? Right?
Don't be a pansy. I've been hit with
Isn't it
those
just
things.
like
They
a
don't hurt that
motocross
bad.
face shield? That's what
Those
it
things
seems like
don't
to
hurt
me.
that bad.
Well, they do when you use really heavy pellets in a gas
Uh-oh.
blowback
Now I
pistol.
lost audio.
I got hit with the battery
Hold on.
operated AK
I think it's
style
let me
one.
try this.
Yeah.
Yeah, point
PEGs are
blank.
pretty. Yeah.
We used to have those airsoft
Say
battles.
something else, Goodward.
What's that?
Oh shoot, nothing.
Yeah, I hear you,
Really?
and I think Gorilla hears me.
This just figures. Let me check.
Test.
I'm assuming that because I can see that.
Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers.
Yeah, it's showing there. Let me.
It must be on your end.
I am live streaming right now. All right, so let's see. Go into settings. Is it live when Matthew has cursed me once again? So let me check the audio here. Speaker. Oh, it should be.
Testing the speakers
Test.
on StreamYard. Sounds like they're working.
This is just.
So now we can talk about all those things he doesn't want us to talk about because he can't hear us.
Okay, I can get it that way. Let me.
Wouldn't do that to him.
Yeah, woofda.
Keep talking so I can hear it.
Test.
I don't know. I can keep sneezing because I can feel another one in there. Oh,
Sneezy going on there.
I don't know if I'll ever beat my record for sneezes though. I had like 29 in a row one time, and it was like really bad.
Yeah, I typically every once in a while I'll get some sneezing if there's a lot of sneezing if there's a lot of dust in the room. But
I bet you never sneezed so much that the guys you work with would start barking at you.
I know I've
Or
been there.
Or everybody stops what they're doing and start counting.
Wow,
Yeah.
I think it's actually the headphones, but I think I got
Get
it.
it out?
All right. So what I missed?
Oh, we were talking about masks and things. No.
Yeah, I hope you're talking about paintball masks.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't do that to you. He was talking about sneezing. He had a little sneezing fit.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, I only had 8 of them.
I because I've been trying to do a little bit of cleaning around the house, moving stuff around, getting ready for because we're going to be selling. And the funny thing is I recently did a full comprehensive allergy test, and it turns out the only thing I'm actually allergic to is dust mites. And boy,
Yeah. I had to talking about headsets. I had to fix my headset the other day. The power button, they're wireless headsets, and the power button, like inside part of the plastic broke, so I had to like take it all apart and get epoxy in there and epoxy in some metal pieces and stuff to.
And Alex, don't feel super chat deprived. Look if you look in the description. There's the streamlabs.com/antitrigger, and you can super chat that way. And in fact, that is any time, and I'll put the link in the chat. Anytime, and this isn't just for me. This is for anybody that streams on YouTube. If they have a Streamlabs super chat option, use that instead of super chat if they have that available, because they get a higher percentage of the money anyway. Google takes like half the money when you super chat. Streamlabs takes a much lower percentage.
Gotcha.
So
I'm surprised more channels don't do that.
a lot of
They
channels
start
are
to.
doing, and then the other nice thing is Streamlabs doesn't make you have 1,000 subs to do it. Like
They
anybody,
also, yeah, I also understand they have a lot more like tools you can use as far as like
they
you
do.
can do things like have people submit videos and stuff like that.
Right, and that's where like you see the stuff like on you can do it like Matthew does it where like when you know how when somebody does it and you see the spinning life with Matthew face and the voice reads it.
I did ho.
Yeah, that's all done through Streamlabs. And in fact, I'm working on just because I think it'll be hilarious. Is my son, oh, and there's one right now, Joe Biden.
Joe_Biden $1. Hello, Matthew. Nice you
It's
finally
not going
grew a
off.
beard. Can I
Old
play
Bo
tonight?
Jiden.
I really like you Wheel of Trek game. Crap, my wife knows I'm awake. Good night, number 22.
So thank you, Joe. And so you may not now if you're on the panel, you can't hear it, of course. But
Yeah.
but so Joe Biden is so glad to see that Matthew has finally grown a beard since but he's in trouble because now
He's also gotten a lot older.
yes. Thanks.
Hey, yeah, I watched a stream of yours from about a year ago, and you were looking a lot younger then. So
Well,
definitely
it's been a
whole-
stressful year. I ain't gonna
Yeah.
lie. And
Done to
and
all
I
of us,
see
I
you
think.
there, Steven. Let me get you in here. I'll tell you,
Right.
it's one of those things that's kind of like when you see the president of the United States after 4 years. They look like they've aged a whole lot more than 4 years.
Yep.
And it is because it's the world's most stressful job. But and to answer your question, Sisters, yeah, Streamlabs does have other payout options besides PayPal. Like you can use, but I don't know all the details of it because I'm old and not very tech savvy. But
Gotcha.
their PayPal option is significantly better than doing it through Google AdSense. At least for the content creator. But so what I was about to say, so my son, can do animations. And so I'm going to have him do a short, just like a little 10-second animation, but of the new look of the pack lids from Lower Decks. And so we're gonna have the pack lids from Lower Decks going, "Thank you for the super money," So when people do when people do a super chat, that's gonna be my thing. I just think that would be funny.
Another super money.
Yeah.
It'd be awesome.
Yeah. Cool.
Or you
So,
could
yeah.
do, or you could do a Ferengi rubbing his hands with green.
You see, and the
There you
nice
go.
thing, and the cool thing is that like, cause I can over time we can build up a few of these, and one thing that Streamlabs will let you do is you can set it so that it will play one at random. You see that like Bird does that on his streams. So that's how, like, sometimes you like the big jackpot is when you get Kissing Dax on Bird stream, right? Because that's the one that everybody because Bird is all into debauchery. So that's
Who isn't?
some people are, some people aren't. I'm
Some
not
people
really the
pretend not to
debauchery
be, Some
type.
people aren't.
I'm not really the debauchery type, but I
It
understand
depends on your
what
definition of debauchery.
and we lost Gorilla. I'm
I see
assuming
that.
he's having some internet trouble. But you can have it so that it randomly plays. Or
Awesome.
the other thing you can do is you can have it play different ones at specific dollar levels.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Right. And so there's Gorilla. He's back. And so
I don't know what happened.
no worries. And so you can have, so I was thinking like you could have, have a Ferengi that, like does something at, say, at a higher donation level,
Yeah. You can have
or,
different like
yeah,
rules
that,
of acquisition or
right. And then at a really high donation level, you have like the bring back the pack, like, oh, I got a really big helmet, or something,
I got a really big super money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta say, since the Packlids, at first I was a little leery about how they treated the Packlids, but honestly, since they were pretty much a dead species as far as Trek was
Yeah,
concerned,
they
I'm
only
okay
showed up
with
the
them.
one time.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. What I don't like is what they did with the Cations. How they made her
Which
basically.
ones are the Cations?
What's that?
Which ones are the Cations?
Yeah, I'm
The
trying.
cat, the cat people. The doctor.
Oh,
How they, instead of being a cat-like humanoid species, they
She's
made
just
them
a cat.
basically, anthropomorphized cats.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, okay, whatever. It's a
Well,
cartoon, but
I also and I did talk to Captain Foley about this a little bit because Mike McMahon, the creator of Lower Decks, has been on Trek Yards twice now, and so hopefully so Captain Foley promised me that the next time he comes on Trek Yards that he'll let me come into the conversation. But I get the feeling, and I would confirm this with him if I get a chance to talk to him. And hey, John,
Hello.
is that basically, I don't think for a minute that he thinks this is serious Trek. It's just, hey, let's have some fun in the Trek universe.
yeah, I personally consider it soft canon, not hard canon.
Yeah, I don't think that. I don't think anybody thinks that what we're seeing in Lower Decks is actual Trek canonical history. And hey, Cinnabon, how you doing?
Welcome to the bunny. Although I'm doubt he'll be here for long.
Yep. Yeah. All right. Here's the troll.
Hey, where did you get your saurian brandy?
eBay.
eBay?
Yeah. It's actually a I'm trying to remember the brand now of the whiskey bottle. It's just a classic whiskey bottle from the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is actually, it was a promotional whiskey bottle, and then you paint the leather red. That's all the prop was.
Oh, okay.
And so so basically anybody that had one of those, because it was a thing back then. I remember my parents used to do it. It used to be a common thing for people to collect whiskey bottles.
Yep.
And so different companies would just make fancy whiskey bottles, and this was one from, I think it was Dickel or something like that, but this was a whiskey bottle that they came out with, and the producers of Trek liked it, and they threw it in, and that was Saurian brandy.
Yeah, you see some of those kind of bottles nowadays, but usually they're a little more. They're not as they used to be a little bit more maybe silly or not as like. Now they're all like skulls or.
Yeah. They're a little more fancy. They look like they're machined or Yeah.
Other older ones would be like you'd get like a train or a.
Right.
Yeah,
my dad
I
had one that was like the whole bottle. They seemed more artistic back then. But like my dad had one that was like a number 2 with a fox on top, and it was like I don't know what the brand even was, but it was like hand painted and just beautiful. But now it's just like the Skull brand or the Alien Head brand and stuff like that.
So is it kind of like this thing here where this is actually a clone bottle?
Kind of like that, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, similar.
Yeah, because
similar
apparently
idea.
that was a clone bottle. I didn't know about it until I dropped it and the front fell off.
Yeah, and it was just and a lot of
that
it was
ship in
just
Australia?
very limited edition stuff. Now, Cinnabon, come on, you got to say something, buddy.
What are you guys talking about? Were you places you like to hide your drugs?
Hey,
Wow. Wow.
Hey, there's a
Oh,
reason I got cats. And cats won't show- Hey, there's a reason I got cats. Dogs make
Wait, you
cats
hide
like
your
a
drugs
cat-
in cats?
Oh my god.
Is that what?
Let me finish. Let me
it's called
finish.
ASPCA.
Dog may be your best friend, but the cats will never show the cops where the drugs are at.
Well, dogs
Okay.
won't either unless you train them to.
Yeah, the dogs will just. Yeah, you see, the cats won't remind you where they're at either.
No, they'll just knock your thing full of drugs off the counter so it breaks.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you don't keep them on the counter.
Or you don't do drugs. But you know.
Now,
I would like to be center square, please.
yeah. Oh, okay. Let's see here.
Hi guys.
Oh, here, take my spot.
Hey, Chief. How you feeling, Chief?
Still a week a little bit. Sore because of operation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you recovering okay?
Yeah, slowly.
For those of you that don't
Good to
know,
hear.
Chief Cook actually had heart surgery recently. Now, did you actually have a heart attack or what happened?
Yeah, heart attack Saturday night around 11, and it just I thought it was a heart burn.
Yeah, that's scary, man.
Yeah,
Man.
it was like no numbness or anything. It was just like something just pressed down my chest.
And thank you, Dean Rogers. It's a Dickel powder horn. That is the bottle specifically.
Oh, I was gonna say I thought it was Tennessee whiskey bottle. That you know, soda and branding bottle.
Yeah, it's Dickel. Dickel is the brand.
Yeah, I got one myself.
Yeah.
I was gonna show it. You want me to show it?
Terrible brand name.
Sure. Yeah, it's not it doesn't exactly like inspire as far as the brand name, but I will tell you it has another Tennessee brand in it right now.
It's kind of like Dickens cider.
Sorry to hear about your heart attack, Chief.
Yeah.
Well, the important thing is you're on the mend. That's the
Exactly.
good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I last year, a little over a year ago, I was in the hospital for about a week and a half with the COVID pneumonia.
Oh, speaking of COVID, Colin
Oh my
Powell,
God.
how about that? That came out of the blue.
Well, he had a lot of other health problems going on.
I know,
too,
but dang.
Yeah.
There we go. So, yeah, now that's the original
There you go.
bottle right there. No alterations.
So it's called Dickel, and it looks kind of like a dick.
Yes. Yeah, I got to give it. Yeah, that's. Well, I guess it.
I mean, you might want to see a doctor if it looks like that.
Is it cause Kurt for her?
So you have an unaltered Dickel, I see. I have a
Yeah.
circumcised Dickel.
So I've got a question about whiskey and brandy, if I may, because I don't drink, so my
Yeah.
alcohol vocab is severely limited. But is brandy a sub variety of whiskey, or is it
No.
No,
completely
bourbon.
Well,
You could.
Bourbon. Brandy is typically, you'll have like actually, I guess it is. It's like a whiskey or a moonshine, in my understanding, with like a fruit, usually. But let's see. Make sure I'm right here.
Thomas is right. Matthew would never talk like this. Antichucker's got a filthy mouth.
I do. I really do.
I don't know the whiskey's getting
Oh,
to him.
so brandy is distilled wine.
Right. I was going to say I don't think
Gotcha,
that
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
think brandy and whiskey are related at all. But I'm not an expert on it. I know that bourbon and whiskey are closely related.
Also, they have to still have the original whiskey. I'm gonna pour some right here.
Bourbon is a type of whiskey.
Right.
But yeah, brandy is. You know what got me confused is up here in the mountains, up here in North Carolina mountains, you can
And
get
Chief Cook is
moonshine.
pouring his Dickel.
Yeah, it looked like
And a lot of the moonshine makers will have. You can get. They call it brandied.
it looked like coffee, but it is strong.
That's
as
what coffee looks like to you?
hell. No, I said it looked like coffee, but I'm saying it's strong as hell. It's not coffee, but it looked like it's strong as hell.
Gotcha.
Yeah, as a
But
kid.
they'll put fruit inside, and they'll say the fruit is brandied fruit, but it's basically just fruit that's been soaked, and that fruit will mess you up
Oh yeah.
if you put the fruit out of a like a.
Now I do like moonshine with
Moonshine.
fruit.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but okay, I thought you were talking about brandy for some reason.
Yeah. Well, like I said, where I come, up in the so I'm originally from Florida, but I moved up to Boone, North Carolina for a while,
Okay,
and
that's
up in the
moonshine
mountains
country.
there. Oh yeah, yeah.
Although not
That's,
like the Smoky Mountains.
I lived right off of 321, which is where Junior Johnson used to run his moonshine right there, 321 through to Tennessee.
Moonshine just means alcohol that's homemade, correct? Or is it something?
So moonshine is typically a grain alcohol.
It's basically like crude whiskey.
Well, it's whiskey, but it's not aged. It's
right. Well, that's why I said crude.
Yeah, crude. There is legal moonshine. In fact, Junior Johnson has his own brand of moonshine that you can get.
And this is the first time I've maxed out of all 10. Isn't it 10 is the max, right?
Hey, folks. How you doing?
Hey, Mercer.
Hey, Mercer.
Hi, Mercer.
I think this is
Thanks for
10.
welcoming
I
me
think
in.
10 is the max. So this is the first time I've maxed out the number of people on a.
Awesome.
Hey, good evening, everybody.
Oh, and by the
Good
way,
evening,
so
Trace.
Trace, since the first time I talked, what country are you in?
I'm in the U.S.
Okay, so that means I think that Stephen, I believe, is the only one not in the U.S. Correct?
Well, ain't it Alex from the Ukraine or something like that?
Well, currently on, I think he's talking about.
Right.
Oh, Alex is right next to you.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I gotcha. He's just talking.
He's from the Ukraine, but he lives in the United States now.
Right.
Okay, gotcha.
So yeah, but I mean, just because Alex is from the Ukraine, he's in the U.S.
I thought he like lived in the Ukraine there.
Gotcha.
So sorry, Stephen, you're the only person who doesn't get a vote in this because you're not in the U.S. And so you would have no point of reference here. So just curious as to what you guys would think, because we've been looking at houses in different areas as far as like an expanding radius out from where we live right now. And two areas keep popping up as far as affordable houses that are within driving distance. And those two areas are in southern Illinois and northern Alabama. And those two areas hit all the markers of what we need as far as both the specs on the house and certain legalities in the state.
Gotcha.
So curious to see as far as the panel, what if everybody or anybody has any strong opinions as to a preference of southern Illinois versus northern Alabama.
I'd go with Alabama there.
Yeah.
Don't go nowhere in Chicago. So
Exactly. Yeah, you want to stay away.
Remember, southern Illinois is nowhere near Chicago.
Yeah, but the state's still pretty democratically run.
Exactly.
I don't think I'd move to either state. What's your third choice?
Go to Florida.
Well, my third choice, honestly, would be to wait for my wife's stepfather to die and move back to Oregon. I don't want it.
Yeah, don't go to Florida. It's not legal here either.
Well, you know, it's crazy. I did not realize this, but Prop 110 in Oregon, oh my gosh, it's crazy. It is absolutely
pretty much falling apart.
Meth is legal, cocaine legal, heroin legal. It's insane.
Wait, what state is this?
Oregon.
Is it what's
Prop 110 in Oregon is legalized, almost
criminalized.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, but
not the same as legal.
Well, you in small amounts, it is legal to have just about anything.
Yeah. Let's see.
And by the way, you can have up to 40 pills of Oxy in Oregon. When I saw that one, I was like, hey, okay. I'm down with that one.
You could still get $100 fine, but it's not. You don't get a criminal charge, is what it is. That's usually what decriminalizing means.
We both live in a red state. Stay in a red state.
There is a state where you don't need seatbelts to wear.
I don't care about it. Why would I want to move to a non-seatbelt law state?
There is no state where you don't need seatbelts. There may be states where it's legal to not wear a seatbelt.
Yeah, there
but
is.
As somebody who's been in severe head-on and crash before and survived because of a seatbelt, I can tell you, you need a seatbelt.
I don't care if it's legal to be an idiot in a state. I just, there's still like 1 or 2 states where it's legal to not wear a helmet on a motorcycle. That doesn't mean I'm going to not wear a helmet on a motorcycle.
That the state I'm thinking of.
Wait. What state does not say you can wear a seatbelt? Come on, I never heard.
New Hampshire.
What?
Yeah.
New Hampshire, you can do anything. You don't even need insurance on your car, I don't think.
And no, Bradley, you're not going to
Probably a
see me
no-fault
being.
state.
You are definitely not going to see me be stoned on streams. That will not
Are you
happen.
kidding me?
Oh, come on. Where's all the fun at?
I know Florida's a no-fault state where essentially, if you get in an accident, it's your
Yeah,
insurance that takes
Joseph, it does. It sounds like there's no opioid crisis in Oregon.
It's your insurance that takes care of it, but your insurance will sue the other insurance to get your insurance.
Well, the way Minnesota works, just for you being there, it's automatically 10% your fault. But they had to amend that after some guy had his car parked in the garage and his drunken neighbor there decided, flew through there, and he crashed into the guy's garage, into the car. They tried saying it was partly his fault for having his car there. Even though it was parked in
that's
his garage.
a little silly.
No, you should have woken up and moved your car.
New Hampshire's motto is "live free or die," and you don't need a seatbelt. You can do all this stuff. They don't care.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Salty, for your first virtual pub here, I got my special bikini glass for you.
Well, as long as it doesn't violate YouTube terms of service.
Hey, I've seen gals on YouTube with skip your bikini.
I don't. If it violates terms of service, I'm kicking you off this stream.
No,
that's all I'm
saying.
Terms
of service.
Isn't it really hot in Alabama? Like really humid all the time?
Yeah. Dean, I would not be surprised if Prop 110 allowed small amounts of plutonium. That's how crazy Oregon is now.
But only for personal use.
Yes.
This proposal, I presume it's a proposal of the stage. It's not passed.
No, it has passed, Stephen.
Oh.
Prop 110 actually passed and became effective in February of this year, where all the hard drugs you can now have small amounts of. Which I don't. My daughter still lives there. I haven't talked to her about it, but that's just crazy to me as far as having that kind of. I mean, liberalism is one thing, but that's.
Well, the idea is
crazy.
I'm really surprised.
Clearly, putting people in jail for these drugs hasn't really helped.
Right. But the Oregon philosophy and it's and this has been the kind of the philosophy of the state has been, if it's illegal and causing a problem, just make it legal. And when I say that, I'm not saying that like with any kind of irony or humor. That's actually their philosophy. When I lived in Portland, they had a problem with bikers running through stop signs and getting hit by cars, right? So the city council decided, hey, we got to do something about this. And so their solution was to simply make it legal for bikers to run stop signs, so it automatically made it the driver's fault. And
there's just always two sides.
Yeah, exactly. And so it is in Portland, Oregon, it is legal for someone on a bicycle to run through a stop sign or a flashing red light, and if a car hits them, it's the car's fault.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not going to defend
the car driver. That's insane in my opinion.
Oh, it is insane, but Bird should move his mines to Oregon. Oh, he absolutely should. Funny thing about that, Wes, is that Portland, Oregon, actually has an incredible network of tunnels under the city from their human trafficking. Portland had. Oh, and Professor Farnsworth, thank you so much.
Farnsworth $1. Lay down on Proposition Infinity. Unless this stream is a nude lovin', get off YouTube. Now I'm going to my angry dome.
Sorry.
Yeah, so lay down on Proposition Infinity. Unless this stream is nude as a nude love-in, get off YouTube. Now I'm going to get in my angry dome. I don't think we're going to have a nude love-in, especially not with this sausage fest.
Yeah, you really don't want me to be nude.
I mean,
yeah, well, I got a friend here who you might want to join the panel here, but you're full.
I can drop off if somebody else wants to come up.
No, John, you're the only semblance of goodness here.
I gotta see if she has a Streamlabs first. Get her set up on the Streamlabs.
Yeah.
All right, stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'll kick a couple of people in a minute. Don't worry. We'll start rotating people.
No, I see how it is.
I didn't say you, Cinnabon.
I see how it is.
No, Cinnabon. You're on the VIP list. Here, I'm gonna arrange. We're gonna put you right up there by me and make sure I got you there on the VIP, because you're never here.
I don't want rabies. Come on now.
Well, I didn't put the jackal up next to you. By the way, the mini Targ is doing very well. She's right here next to me. You can see she's almost up to 2 pounds.
Oh my god! My
Right.
rabbit would
Go get him! Go get him!
So I have some comments about the Vulcans in the 3 ships episode. Is now a good time to talk about that?
Sure, we can talk about the 3 ships.
So I saw a couple. I don't know exactly which episodes of your show it was, Salty, but I saw people say that the Vulcans were the Vulcans. I don't want to say the D word, but the Vulcans they're being mean and arrogant. And
They're jerks.
Yep. Yeah,
the Vulcans are jerks. Yes.
Yeah. So the Vulcans are jerks. I really think that was a change made in Enterprise. I could be wrong, but I think that really came out in Enterprise, and I think in the original series they were portrayed as the best example of existence. Well, not the best example because they didn't have emotions, but they weren't really treated as Jews. They were treated as friends to humans. And I think
but later in Enterprise, they kind of explained why they were so different.
Well, I would argue that that if you look at now, first of all, Spock was a hybrid, but if you look at Sarek, who was the only true Vulcan that we really got to know in the original series, he was a complete jerk. And not only that, he was a jerk to his son. In front of his son, he dissed him. He and in fact insulted his ability to use computers. He insulted his career choice. He insulted Starfleet in front of Kirk. Sarek was arrogant, condescending, and a complete and utter dick. And that did not change, by the way, by the time we got into the movie era.
Yeah,
no.
And spare me your human platitudes, Kirk. I've seen your blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry. I understand logic and lack of emotion, but there's a difference between not having emotion and being rude.
Yeah, well, and that's the other thing that a lot of people misunderstand about Vulcans, even in the original series. It's not that they don't have emotions; it's that they don't portray emotions.
And Dean, that is more information than I needed about you. I'm just saying, I did not need to.
It's been a while since I've seen the original series, but it seems like that, from Next Generation all the way up to Discovery, they just got progressively worse. They became more and more of a jerk.
Yeah.
So I mean, you can look at episodes like in DS9 where Captain Sisko has his rival with that one really bad Vulcan, and then
the baseball.
That's a good point, Sylvie. I
And
hadn't really thought about it in terms of Sarek. So now I'm willing to change my opinion on that because you've brought up a good example. So
Bam! That's what
I think
it's
the
about.
difference in Enterprise is that the Vulcans were portrayed as more openly hostile towards humans.
Yeah.
Before they were snarky and arrogant, but I thought the tone was different.
I agree. I think the Enterprise. Yeah, I
Have
think
anybody talking about Tuvok? How cool he was? And since day one, he's been on Voyager. I mean, is Spike being black, but Jesus, he was cold as hell.
He was a real jerk to Neelix, though.
Yeah, he was. That's the thing. Tuvok was a complete jerk to Neelix, and unnecessarily. Neelix did nothing but want to be friends with him.
Wait, whoa. What do you mean unnecessary? Neelix was an idiot. Come on.
Wait, hold on. The first thing that happens is Neelix is very impressed by the technology, and he's like, "Wow, that is really great, Mr. Vulcan." And Tuvok is just annoyed, openly and annoyed with him. And Neelix just immediately sees Tuvok as someone that really needs a pick-me-up because Tuvok is like constantly rolling his eyes every time Neelix comes into the room. And maybe if Tuvok was just a little more polite to Neelix, Neelix wouldn't be agitating him so much.
Well, we kept on saying it.
Well, and by the end, they do consider each other friends.
Yeah, which is kind of funny. By the end of it, maybe it was the whole Tuvix thing. They kind of got to know each other pretty well.
Well, yeah, true. Well, and let's not forget that Neelix is a little bit problematic.
Hey, I will say though,
one episode that they finally get some letters from home, and Lennox read his wife's letter, and so he read it. He said, "Yeah, I read the letter." Put it down, walk out, and he just stood there, and he said, "Come on, read." When I said read a letter, that means I'm gonna read it letter. Leave. That's it. You're gonna have to sit there and watch it. It's annoying. and then a scene where he's sitting down eating in the galley. They were sitting in the galley, and he's sitting there. And he said, "Look, leave me alone. I want to talk." And he just kept on yap. And finally he snapped and grabbed his nose, and he almost snapped his neck off.
It must have been all that time he spent in the desert filming it.
All right, so we need to make some.
It tripped me out so much when I found out that was him.
We need to allow for some other people to come on. So
I can drop off. I actually have a few things to take care of.
All right, Trace. Well, you have a good one then. Take it easy. Chief, you get priority status because of your surgery. I'm keeping you up there on the top row. Steven gets priority because of the fact that he's the only person not from this country. John gets priority because he's the only decent person on the panel.
I'm moving down the list.
And then, all right, but we'll see.
You give me too much credit.
Well, John.
I'll probably go through it, but I just.
Well, we'll see if we need more room. Right now, we have 9, but we don't have a 10th on here yet. So we'll see if anybody tries to join in.
If I seem a little bit out of it, it's I just found out my mom is sick.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear
that.
What's going on?
Yeah,
she has cancer.
She
already has lupus, and so now she's got cancer too.
Do we have a prognosis on her yet?
I don't know. It looks like it metastasized. It's in the colon cancer. So.
Oh man, yeah, I lost my dad about a month ago, so I know
that's no fun. I will tell you, and all I can say, once when, right now we got to leave it in the hands of the doctor. Don't try to second guess everything. I know the hardest part and when you're in this particular stage is not knowing. Because obviously if, she might be just fine, but it could be something that, this could call her number, but we don't know. And stressing out over that is not going to help.
No.
Right.
No.
So right now, just be there for her, be her support. and whatever the prognosis ends up being, you know, just be there for her. We'll be here for you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys. I appreciate it. It's just been a tough couple of days.
Oh, sure. And I will tell you, if it does go south, it's going to be a tough whatever time period it is, you know, but
it's never easy, but
yeah. But I will also tell you, if it is a terminal variety, in some ways, consider yourself lucky, because you know, with my case, both of my parents died from cancer. And of course, that's not a pleasant thing in any way. But with my wife, she just, you know, got a call. Hey, we haven't heard from your mom. Let's have the police go to her house. Oh, she's dead.
Oh.
You know, so how do you deal with that, where you don't even get a chance to even process or say anything or be there or, you know, have those conversations with her? You know, if even, you know, whether it's a week, a month, or a year, you can spend time with her.
Yep. Yeah, my dad was 72. He was a car accident.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And I had lost somebody earlier this year, so it's been quite. Yeah.
Hey Mercer, look up alkaline water there. My old boss there. He had stage 4 colon cancer there. One of the things he did, they got the system that created like alkaline water there. His cancer counts dropped tremendously.
Thoroughly
what is
look
it
into
called?
anything like that.
Alkaline water?
Yeah, something like that. His
Okay.
cancer dropped like from like 900 and some down to less than 100.
The spice must
I'm betting his doctors weren't involved in that decision.
Joe_Biden.
Well, yeah,
$1.
chemo and he was drinking alkaline water, but other than that, he never
plays
nothing.
games.
So which
Wish I
one
could
was
sniff
it
her
then,
long
right?
hair. Hail
Yeah.
China Karoga number 22.
But he swears by it. It won't hurt to look into it.
Look into it, yeah.
Okay,
That's
I'm a
what
little
saying.
confused by this. Maybe you guys can help me out. Joe Biden donated $1 and said, "Where are the games? I like the bunny woman who plays games. Wish I could sniff her long hair. Hail Chinese Karoga."
Hey man, you throw me some bits, you can sniff my hair, Joe.
I'm a little confused by that.
It'll cost him a couple $100.
The wrong channel.
I think Joe's complaining I haven't been streaming lately. I've been busy. I'm sorry.
So I didn't know you were a lady. Well, maybe Joe does.
Hey,
No, man. For enough bits, I'll be anything.
Assuming gender?
You need me to be a lady and sniff
I mean,
my
you
hair?
got that epic one. I assume you haven't cut your hair.
Well, I had to a little bit. Otherwise, it'd be like I'd be tripping on it.
Oh man, I had hair down to the middle of my back before I went to the hospital, but it got all matted up.
So my friend wants to come up. She's a little nervous about coming up on our panel, but her stream names would be "Live Your Happy One."
Okay, I'm
gonna log off for a few. I might come back, but I have to just.
No problem, Mercer. You know what? And like I said, make sure your mom has priority over hanging out with us anytime. But just let us know what's going on.
Yep.
I really appreciate everything.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
You know, I don't know how much it'll help, but let her know that we're all thinking of her.
Absolutely.
Oh, thanks, guys. I might stop by a little bit later if you guys are still streaming.
No problem.
All right, thanks, man. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah, no problem.
See you later.
Bye.
All right, and Live Happy. How you doing?
Hello.
Can you hear us? I see a black screen.
She's going from a phone. I think
Don't scare her.
Gotcha.
That was weird.
Yeah.
My phone telling me I'm going to get a software update.
Okay.
All right, so I see Live Happy. I see you there, but your screen is pretty much black. I don't know if you can hear us, But don't worry, we're all a bunch of nerds, so we're not judging.
Yep, yep.
I judge.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
Cinnabon is
Except for
judging, but
Cinnabon.
he's a bunny.
I can be kind of judgy. What can I say?
Well, I mean, we always say we don't judge.
Oh,
but-
I'm kidding.
Oh,
Come back.
there she goes.
I'm sorry.
No,
think
see
we're all
what
same
you
page.
did, bunny?
So, what did you guys think of the last episode of Lower Decks?
Oh, I loved it.
I haven't gotten to
I
it yet.
really liked it.
I'm glad you said that because
Okay.
I have a question. I have a question, everybody. The captain in the other ship, was that same chick from
Yes,
TNG?
Yes, it was.
I thought,
the one that spilled
Yeah.
the
Mhm.
hot chocolate on Picard.
yeah.
Yep.
Okay, that was her. Okay, I saw that. I wasn't sure. I was wondering, was it true?
Which is why, it's funny because it's one of those things, and you know this, Chief Cook. Why if you have a friend from and you're in the military, you would never call them by their first and last name generally. But of course they do that just so you know who this character is.
Yeah.
Oh, look, it's my old friend Captain Sonia Gomez. Wink, wink.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, they brought Sonia Gomez on.
And I
to the
believe it
show?
was.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that
Yeah.
just makes one of my favorite memes.
Yeah, don't worry. That's not a spoiler because that's like the first line in the episode.
Yeah.
So it's,
We'll be careful about spoilers.
yeah.
And
Hey,
she was
don't worry
talking
about it. It's past the 96-hour rule.
Yeah, so
Fair enough.
yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah,
No.
it's nothing. Shave
But that
the.
just wrecks my whole meme.
Thomas
I had
is
a
saying
meme there.
shave the beard.
Yeah, it's not happening.
Yeah, isn't it No Beard Day or something? National
Yeah,
No Beard.
yeah, that's what Thomas is talking about. But sorry.
Yeah. No, I don't do that. I
Come
I
on.
don't
I
shave
think it's
the
the
beard.
law,
The
right?
beard
You have to
stays.
shave your beards.
No.
I'll shave my
Consider-
beard for
I shall not
$299,000.
If it
Who do we
wasn't a
make the
law,
check
it wouldn't
out
be a
to?
national day.
It wasn't trying
Right.
to figure salty. Why didn't you round up to the nearest?
Because there's a house that I would love to buy, and it's exactly $299,000.
You don't want it to be for a specific reason.
Yes,
Like,
$299,000. That'll do it.
$50,000, so you get a little extra.
Well, I could still sell this house and have some extra cash. So
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Now watch. As soon as you get the money for the to get that house there, BlackRock buys it for 3 times what it's worth.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
well, then I'll still have $300,000. So I ain't gonna complain because I can grow a
you
beard
just buy
again.
yourself a Lamborghini and live in that, right?
No.
No, I wouldn't get a Lamborghini because a guy I know who used to work on them, he said he just absolutely loved them until he had to drive one. Then he absolutely hated
I am
them.
not interested in a Lamborghini.
Life with
You
Matthew
should go get
$1.
like a ranch or
I, of
something.
course,
You
saved
could
the
get, like,
day
20
in Lower
acres
Decks.
or-
Long
Can
as
we
you don't
skip the
Tesla.
horrible
Yeah.
search for Spock and
You're not getting no
voyages
Tesla.
On like
home and
Oklahoma
go
or
up to Trek
something.
5?
Make
Yeah.
Wesley work all the animals.
Wyoming, you can get like 200 acres for 200,000.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, sorry, I didn't mean like.
Yeah,
20,
but you have to live in Wyoming.
I'm not. No, I don't want a big
Oh
old
Lord!
mess of land. I'm
No.
not.
Sure, why not? Then we could put a landing strip in there. I can
Our
come. We
only
could come visit
kid.
you. I could bring all these nerds over to your house.
No.
Damn dog.
So Matthew,
get in
thank
trouble
you. Life with Matthew donated $1. Said, of course, I saved the day in Lower Decks. Can we skip the horrible search for Spock and voyage to home and go right to Star Trek 5? No, Matthew, we're going to watch the search for Spock and voyage home.
Can y'all hear me all right?
Yes, Admiral,
Yeah,
we can
we
hear
heard you.
So
Dog chew up the pen there.
But
Yeah,
anyway,
very last pin we have in our house, and the beagle puppy loves it.
Yeah, they love those things.
puppies do like to chew.
hey, Admiral, you need a pen? I got plenty of them here for you.
We used to have about 100, and he'd shoot through all of them.
Yeah, Gorilla has them all in his
Okay.
house. He's been
Just
just
100?
swiping them.
I think
At
my
one
heart count was
time-
up in the
Over
around
time, we
2000.
would. My dad used to run a company, so he had a whole back stock of pins.
Gotcha.
But
My dad just
Indeed.
took the pen from everywhere
Yeah.
he went.
since he's deceased now, rest his soul, he we inherited all the pins, but the sad thing is we got this puppy, and her favorite pastime is to chew pins. And my mom.
See, my dad just took all the pens from wherever he went.
Gotcha.
Well, my dad had an exclusive contract with one of the big pen manufacturers for his business because it was licensed by the DCAS.
Remember when having a nice pen was a big deal? Is that still a thing or no?
For some people, it is. In fact, there's a bunch of YouTube channels where they make like really nice handmade pens. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But
Salty, I have a follow-up question.
What's that?
To what you were talking about before about how you refer to people in the military. I assume that in real life, if you're all the same rank, you would use first names within the.
No, you would generally say, like, for example, I would say, if I was talking to Admiral Saval and I was an admiral, I would refer to him as Admiral Saval. You would say their rank and their last name.
Or if he was referring to me, say, "Hey, numbnuts."
If you were just talking amongst yourselves.
Well, if we were friends, like if we were in a social gathering, yeah, I might say, "Hey, Joe," if we were just hanging out, just like they. But if I was on the bridge of my ship, saying, "Oh, look, it's my friend X," I'm not going to say, "Oh, look, it's Joe." I would say, "No, it's, Captain and their last name."
Yeah.
But the reason I asked that is that their main group in Lower Decks, even though they're all ensigns and all friends, they don't seem to refer to each other. Because Rutherford I don't think Rutherford is his first name, and Boimler is not Boimler's first name. I can't think what the first name is, but I always find that strange.
Well, it's not unusual for even in a group of friends for somebody to be referred to by their last name.
Right. Yeah, and we in when I was in, we would all call each other, and generally, we just call each other by our last name.
In general, you rarely heard, even if you're in a JROTC program anywhere across the country, they always address the cadet as cadet, then surname.
Right. But even like, just hang out in the
superior would, but I thought.
No, that's there when you're in JROTC or any ROTC program that's at a college. Your CO will address you as cadet. So for me it would be Cadet Kersnick, for example, and your fellow cadets will address you in the same exact manner. Your cadet, then your surname.
Yeah, and I would assume that would also carry over to less formal situations. You're already calling them that. You're used to calling them that.
Right. Well, generally, like, I can't speak for the Navy, but like when I was in the Army, if let's say me, Chief Cook, and Alex Bogey were hanging out in a room, if we were at a real pub or something off hours, then I would just like be, "Hey, Cook, how you doing?" And he'd be like, "Oh, I'm good, Crawford. How you doing, Bogey?" That's just how you talk to each other, because you're so used to referring to each other by rank and last name that their identifier is their last name. And keep in mind that everybody has their last name stamped on their shirt. That's how you call everybody.
Yeah.
You never use their first name. And
unless it's a CO who gives you express permission.
Well, even then, it's just.
How do you deal with?
I had in JROTC when I was in high school. We had a.
Well, I'm not talking. I'm talking about. I don't know about JROTC. I never did anything like that. I'm talking about in the actual Army.
Right.
But
our CO was a Lieutenant Colonel Mike Kloskin. A lot of people had trouble pronouncing his name, so he gave us permission to use his given name, which was Michael.
Yeah, because your guys were civilians, and you said wearing your, but when you were come full military, no.
Yeah, you don't get permission. You learn how to pronounce that name.
Right.
Oh hell no.
So,
Hell,
kind of a follow up to that.
I
How
don't
would you?
care, I don't care if you guys was if you guys was sitting down having barbecue. This is all y'all. Unless y'all in barbecue been like 10 years, 20 years, yeah. But when you started get couple of months like that, no. You gotta be a couple of years down the road, like 2 or 3 years, and you're gonna say, yeah. I'm buddy. But till then, no. I don't care you playing golf. Maybe yeah, you may pick up, you let that slide a little bit. But once you put on that uniform, it is yes, ma'am, Mr. So and so, yes, sir, so and so, like that. That's it. You can play. Sometimes they may some may let it slide because we buddy like that. But you gotta watch it because sometimes there be other officers above them might say something.
Yeah.
Especially you're on lunchtime or something like that. Or an office setting like that. Hey, my buddy, hey, I'm talking to Joe like that, and you got somebody over here who just trying to be, hiring both of y'all guys, and you see, they gonna chop on both of y'all, especially the officer who had them doing the same thing. So you gotta be very careful who you talk to.
Gotcha.
Search just makes an interesting point. So he's saying like E4 below, it's all last names. E5 and above, it's just sergeant. It depends on the context of the conversation, because it is actually appropriate etiquette to simply respond with rank. So, for example, if I don't know, like say I don't even know Chief Cook's name, and I'm too lazy to look at his name badge, but I know he's a chief because I can at least see his rank. And he says, "Hey, can you check that for me?" I could say, "Sure thing, Chief." And that is an appropriate response. If I don't know his name, I can say, or I can say, Chief Cook, I can do that for you, But what I wouldn't do is say, and I don't even know, Chief Cook, what's your first name?
Maurice.
So, but if I said, "Oh, sure, Maurice," man, I would get busted so hard. I would, yeah.
Well,
I knew that was the case.
Along.
Supporting superiors,
how we know each other.
Same rank people as well. So
years.
Hold on, you guys are both talking at the same time.
Sorry.
Some officers like that may let us slide. We still know each other like 10 years like that.
Right.
But like you gotta be careful who you talk, who around you.
Right. Because if you're on duty and let's say me and Chief Cook are friends, right? And so he's okay with me calling him Maurice because we're old buddies, right? And so he calls me Michael, I call him Maurice, and we're just hanging around on deck doing our jobs, and no big deal. But what we don't realize is that Admiral Saval is right behind us.
Exactly.
And Admiral Saval is a stickler for doing things by the book. All of a sudden, me and Chief Cook are peeling potatoes for the next 6 months, right? We don't want that.
I would not be that cruel.
Well, you might not be, but we don't know that, right?
Yeah.
I give you another example of this. Okay, in Star Trek, we always hear McCoy call Jim. Call him Jim, like that. No. He'll often call him sir.
Right.
In certain episode, I don't know how many episodes have we ever heard McCoy call him, yes sir, yes captain, like that. He say Jim this and Jim that. That they are buddy.
But notice Spock does it correctly.
Yeah.
And in fact, Kirk always has to, he's always, come on, you can call me Jim. We're off duty. If you say so, Captain. That's that's kind of a running gag there. It's actually one of the few good moments in Star Trek V. It's like, hey, come on, we're camping out. You can call me Jim. But
and this is what I really hate. In TNG, how many episodes have we ever heard Geordi?
Beverly Crusher. Oh, Jean-Luc.
Yeah, and plus, how many times have we heard Geordi called Data sir? How many times? Only person who called him sir.
They have the same rank though for most.
No,
Of the series.
Jordy's Dave's lieutenant commander, and Jordy at the time was still Lieutenant I think it was Lieutenant JG. Lieutenant.
Yeah, early on.
He never called me sir.
Yeah,
He never often called Data sir.
Yeah, and that kind of goes back to the much less militaristic vibe
Right.
they tried to do with TNG.
And that's where
I did
Jellicoe
have
tried to fix some of that,
Yeah.
but you know.
I did have one question about you're talking about within a group of peers. How would you handle if two people had the same last name?
You just know how to. Well, here the funny thing is, that's never a problem, because when you're having a conversation in the military, the funny thing is that it's not like when you're in a civilian group. You're not like just like shotgunning something that you're talking to a group of people. If I'm saying something to Chief Cook, my eyes are zeroed in and focused on Chief Cook. And so if there's two chief cooks in the room, then Maurice knows I'm talking to him. I don't have to say Chief Cook A, because he knows he's the one I'm talking to, and the other chief cook is probably looking at me because I said Chief Cook, but he sees I'm talking to the other chief cook, so he knows that I'm not talking to him.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I can respond to that.
Thomas has a question for you as well.
I didn't see. What was that?
He wants to ask. I just said.
I can respond to that. One has the same last name. We will say the middle name like an L, like L.
Yeah,
Cook.
that's true.
Yeah, like let's go speak to L Cook and have L Cook work with T Cook, and have them do something like that. And that's what you do, not the middle name.
Well, yeah, if you're telling them to go talk to someone, yeah.
Yeah, like this. So that has happened. That's how we do it in Navy. So if Lieutenant James is an engineer and has Lieutenant James work with T James and have him do something like that, engineer and put like that. That's how we do it.
Okay.
All right. So what was the question, John?
He wants me to ask you how you address Julius Caesar in comparison to George Washington.
Hail Caesar.
First of all, yeah. So Julius Caesar, I believe would be emperor, and George Washington would be Mr. President. So
is that how I think he's asking? Is that how you personally referred to him?
Yeah, I know.
How
but,
you would probably address Caesar is Caesarian.
Caesar would say "Your Eminence" to me.
Right.
Well, that's how you address your elders, right?
Or you can do it like the English do it, Your Grace.
Yeah.
Or my Lord. Or my Lord, my Grace.
Yeah, but how do you? Even if they're older, would you still address the slaves that way? I mean,
absolutely. You're talking about Roman time,
your lower.
I do want to say one thing real quick, because to Dean, because it's not. I will blame Google for a lot of things, but Google didn't disable the super chats. I did. So I will take full responsibility for that.
Why did you disable your super chat?
Because here's where I will blame Google. Google won't let me change the name on the account. As most of you already know this, but some of you may not, is that due to the MS diagnosis, I am currently in the process of applying for Social Security. And while doing this, I can't super chats, if they're coming into my name, then it's pointless, because any income that I get would reduce my Social Security benefit. It wouldn't make it so I wouldn't qualify.
I know what you're going through.
Right. So it wouldn't disqualify me, but every dollar that I got would simply reduce my benefit by that same amount. So it would be like completely pointless.
Yeah.
However, if it goes into an account in my wife's name, then no problem, because she can make money, and because SSDI is not income biased. So which means if my wife is making money, it does not matter as far as me. And so if she owns my YouTube channel, that's perfectly legit. And I already talked to my attorney about this to make sure it's all on the up and up.
And what are you going for? Supplemental security income or SSDI.
SSDI. I'm not going. Supplementary income is is income dependent. SSDI is based on your work history, and SSDI is earned income. Basically, if you become disabled, then you automatically qualify for it. And so it doesn't matter. Like, I could be freaking Donald Trump and I would get SSDI. Because I've worked so and so much, I've earned that income because I paid into the system.
That's how it was with my mom.
Right.
Been treated like a Ponzi scheme at this point. But
Yeah, I know. Look, I'm not arguing that
I know.
Social Security is a great system. Believe me, I am not. I'm shocked that I'm going to be getting anything out of it, to be honest with you. But the
I'm about to apply for it in 2 weeks. So
yeah, I used to get disability income off my mother once I got approved for income off my late father.
Mm-hmm. Like survivor's benefits.
Yeah, I get his full on check every month now.
Right. But I have that's a whole different deal as far as survivor's benefits.
Also look into having your state pay your Medicare.
Oh no, I will tell you medical. I don't even have to worry about that because that's the nice thing about my former employer, Verizon Wireless, is that I have a lot of complaints about Verizon Wireless. They are far from a perfect company. However, I will say two things about them. One, they are the best coverage in the country, so I'm still using them as my cell phone provider. Number two, that they are, without a doubt, they have the best disability package of any company I've ever worked for because I will continue to have my full health benefits for the rest of my days until I get my senior citizens Medicare benefit.
Yeah,
and so I don't have to apply for Medicare, Admiral, because I get my health care until 2033.
Once it hits 2033 for you, what I'm trying to say is make sure you call your state's Medicaid office and tell them you need to apply for what is called qualified Medicare beneficiary,
right.
Which means Medicare, your premiums are all taken care of by the state.
Well, you realize in 2033, I guarantee you, whatever it is, it'll be different than whatever it is now.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what it's going to be, but it'll not be whatever it is now. So but the good thing is that
I have some good news on the personal part.
Right, but
I got accepted into Liberty University.
Well, that's good.
That's good, yeah.
I'm going for social studies to be a world history teacher, eventually teaching at my alma mater high school.
And yes, Wesley, now you finally know who I worked for.
Yeah, I get pretty good benefits through my work too. That my whole stay in the hospital with COVID was pretty much paid for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I gotta say,
work for, man?
Well, the COVID was already covered. We already covered.
Well, it was. I have health, and it was covered. The part of it was, but a good part of it was covered through my health insurance.
Yeah. Well, there's supposed to be whatever your health insurance doesn't cover, that government would pick up the rest of the check.
Yeah, the health insurance pretty much covered it. It was like total was like $85,000.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
that's a lot.
It was about a week and a half. Most of it.
Thomas, you know what? Wesley put @Salty Trekker in. Sorry, I'm trying to keep an eye on the chat, but you know it's.
Wow.
I've also had 8, 9, 10 people in here. Jeez. You know what, Thomas? Why don't you come join the conversation up here?
Wesley's kind of.
Well, I think he's at work.
Hey, since we had a couple of guys here in the military, how bad does someone have to screw up to have to go mop the flight deck in the rain?
Pretty fucked up.
No, I would say that's just like standard operating procedure.
All right. Hey, question. Why have anybody heard anything about Alexander?
I haven't heard from Alexander. You talking about Crazy Alexander?
Yeah, the Russian guy.
Yeah, I haven't heard. Well, he's not Russian; he's Quebecian, but that's even worse. But no, I haven't heard from
Canadian.
Yeah, I haven't.
Call
No,
him
no,
what
no,
he
no,
is.
no, no. Do not call him Canadian.
Right.
Do not
I'll be
call
right
him
back.
Canadian.
I think is the technical term Quebecois?
I don't know. I call him
Or is it just
Quebecian, but
language?
yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
You're already on the right channel, Mike.
Wow, now Thomas is putting hashtag Matthew is better after all his complaining about Matthew.
Why doesn't he like? Why doesn't Crazy Alexander like being called Canadian?
Because he's
When
Quebecian. Trust me. Remember I said we don't want to get deep into politics? There's no way to talk about that without getting deep into politics.
He's a communist.
It's crazy, man.
communist.
It is crazy. You don't want
He's a Russian
yeah.
communist.
Anyway, so Wesley, let me explain this real quick. The reason that I was so tight-lipped about my employer, and by the way, I highly
You probably
recommend.
had an NDA, right?
No, I did not have an NDA. But I generally recommend, number one, that if you're a live streamer, if you're a content creator, and you work full time, unless you're self-employed, I usually recommend people shut up about your job anyway, for a multitude of reasons. But among them, if you start spouting your opinions about politics, and you also talk about your employer, guess what? You can get fired for that. It doesn't matter if, you say, but wait, I'm not saying I'm a representative of my company. Yeah, but you said who you work for, and now some person can call your company and say, your employees are out there saying that Trump is the best, or Trump is the worst, or Biden's the best, or Biden's the worst. And all of a sudden, that you get pulled into HR, and they say, you shouldn't have said something.
Yeah, that really is messed up.
Yeah.
$3. I finally worked out how to stream.
See, thank you so much.
That is amazing.
Puts $3 in, figured it out.
I couldn't quite hear you.
So here's what Verizon did, and this is Verizon's policy as far as if you have any kind of social media, is that if I were to talk about, and this is also why you may have noted, well, now if you go back and re-watch some of my old live streams, you may notice that if people start talking about cell phones, I tend to clam up. When people would talk about, like, people would say, oh, Verizon sucks, or, oh, I like AT&T, I'd just shut up and not say anything. And the reason is because as soon as I open my mouth about cell phones or cellular service or whatever, I am obligated. This is what the company rule is. If I say word one about cell phones or cellular companies, I have to say I am a Verizon employee. I have to say that.
Well,
right?
yeah, that's a disclosure thing. That's
Right.
Kind of
in order to make, and by the way, Yosef, who is a representative for Dell, he has to do that anytime he talks about computers, right? So Yosef, the random menace guy, and so that's why But so if I did you have a question, Stephen, or are you just holding your hand in front of your
Or
camera?
even here's another thing.
Hold on, everyone. What was that, Stephen?
So yeah, I was putting my hand up for a question.
Yeah.
So wouldn't those kind of restrictions by that company be a violation of the First Amendment?
No, because the First Amendment only means that the government can't shut me up. It doesn't mean that my employer can't shut me up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
my apologies.
No, that's all right.
Yeah,
so
that's a common misunderstanding.
Yeah, a lot of people think that, but yeah.
Yeah, First Amendment.
In principle,
only,
it's a violation, but legally it's not.
I am the best. Everyone is shouting my name everywhere I go. Where are my number 22s?
For example,
I'm going to send you to the Russian front soon, Matthew.
YouTuber I watch called
and thank you,
History and Headlines.
Joe Biden, thank you. Everybody's shouting Joe Biden's name, by the way, everywhere he goes. He's very happy about that.
Doctorate professor at, I believe, Columbia University. And he actually has to disclose that when he's doing this stuff.
Right.
For his YouTube channel.
Right. And so it's...
Even though the things are only 7 to 10 minutes long at most. He still has to do that because he is a tenured professor. His name is Dr. Alexander Czar.
Well, and so I don't know anything about Dr. Alexander, but with me, yeah, Verizon requires me to state that I am a Verizon employee, and I am not an official spokesperson for Verizon because I'm not. And any opinions that I give are just my own, blah, blah, blah.
There was some...
you don't get paid for it?
No. But the problem there is that, so then all of a sudden, my social media account is now, people now know I'm a Verizon employee. And if somebody, and I acknowledge that anything I do on that social media account can be reviewed by Verizon. Mm-hmm. And that if I do anything on that social media account that is against Verizon's policies,
Graham Bell $5.
It's on me.
It's great and fun that after you helped me invent the phone.
And so Alexander Graham Bell donated $5. Says, I think it's great and fun that after you helped me invent the phone, you started to work for Verizon Wireless. Thank you.
At least it's not like the super chats he had the other day.
I got to get that animation set up. I got to talk to my son about that. So thank you. Thank you for the super monies. All right, go ahead.
Well, I hope this isn't too political, but I would, if I was living in the U.S., I would want the First Amendment to work how I'd imagined it would. Because it seems a bit too draconian if your employee can...
Well, the problem is you start to run into problems of if you're saying something, you can be looked at as as if you're representing that company. So now that infringes on that company's First Amendment rights.
Right.
If you're speaking for them and you're saying something they don't want you to say.
But if Salty says disclaimer, I'm not here in an official capacity, that disclaimer, I know I fully accept that it doesn't legally work the way I thought it did, but I thought in principle, once a disclaimer is dropped, then that should be allowed, I would think. Because
did y'all ever to another subject? Did y'all ever notice that the doctor did have rank pips on in Voyager of a lieutenant commander? Minimum.
No.
Huh. I just rewatched the whole series within the last 3 months, and when they first activated it, he had the pips of a Lieutenant JZ, but
I didn't think he had pips at all.
He had Lieutenant Commander pips because he was considered the chief medical officer of Voyager, since the actual chief medical officer was a lieutenant commander.
They remastered
it.
The
Voyager doctor
the
didn't wear pips.
A lieutenant commander.
I don't see any pips in any pictures.
The only time he wore pips is when he was the command hologram.
Commander, Commander.
Now there's no pips.
Pips.
But
don't remember any pips.
Let's see here.
Now everybody's like looking for pictures of the doctor.
The only time he had pits on when he was a Mercy Command hologram.
That's the only time I remember. And I remember it was really funny because it would zoom in on his collar and the pips would just appear there when he transformed into the command hologram.
Exactly.
When
he was activated for the first time,
really
he had
cool
nothing.
that after you helped us write the Constitution that you can now speak to us.
So,
Those were the days, huh?
thank you, Alexander Hamilton, who donated $1 and said, it's really cool that after you helped us write the Constitution, that you can now speak to it with others. Those were the days, huh? Dean said, remember that Disney sent an internal email saying any employee referring to working for the company as being in Mousewitz will be disciplined. I did not hear about that particular email, but you know what? I honestly, I don't even see why an email like that would need to be sent, because if I were a Disney employee out there saying that I worked for Mousewitz, I would expect to get fired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
You know,
it all comes. Typically, if you start talking about, even if it's true,
yeah,
if you start talking bad about your employer, you can expect to get booted.
And that's why, like, honestly, even though I think that it was not, I think that it was not true. Sorry, Fandom Menace. Even if the worst possible stories about Gina Carano were true, so what? You know,
well, except that she was booted for not. She wasn't talking about her employer.
Salty Trekker fans $1. Lol.
We got
So it's a
Lol,
little
that's
different.
funny to us.
But
so Salty Trekker fans donated $1 and says, "LOL, you are old, and that's funny to us."
would you? So Salty. Would you say that those jokes are getting old?
They don't resonate with me. All right, so actually, Thomas asked an interesting question. Thank you, Thomas. Says, what did I think of the DC trailers? I've been meaning to talk about that, actually, and I'm curious to see what you guys think as well. I assume you guys have seen them, the DC Fandom
I did.
trailers.
I have.
Well, you know what they say when you assume something.
What
They can
DC
ask that
trailer?
of you and me.
Really? You haven't seen any of them, Cinnamon?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No.
No, I haven't seen them either.
Seriously?
I've heard about the Batman trailer, but that was just because I watched the Critical Drinker.
What a bunch of morons! All right,
Hey,
so
man, I get my nerd news from you guys. And
all right, so there were several. Most of them were very brief, like teasers, but several things that they released on Saturday, including what was an awesome, insanely. It was like such a. This was the ultimate definition of a teaser of the Flash. Where you do get a voiceover from Michael Keaton. You see Michael Keaton's Batman from the back.
Yep.
You see the Batmobile, but covered with material.
Correct.
You know, it's
The
like
Flasher comes out and opens up his trench coat and.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, are we talking about a different kind of Flash?
Yeah, it's a different kind of Flash. So it was actually a really, really great teaser because you know what's coming, but we don't, but they don't show it.
Are they just so? Wait, they're gonna have Michael Keaton as
Michael
Batman?
Keaton returning as Batman?
Isn't he like older than you?
Did you not see Batman or Spider-Man: Homecoming? He was. He was Vulture.
No, you're right.
So is it a Batman movie or is it a Flash movie?
It's a Flash movie, but it's taking place in that universe.
Yeah, he's an older Batman, much older,
yeah, he's old man
like
Batman.
Yeah, old man. Yeah.
And
okay.
so what?
I can see it.
Yeah, it's
Even though
and
after
keep in mind this
Marvel,
is a
it's kind of-
Flash crossover. He's jumping into other universes.
Correct.
And
how many superheroes has he played now?
A lot. So
We've got
but
Batman,
this is
Birdman.
But this is something though that I mean this is something that a lot of fans are excited about.
No, I am.
And I'm one of them. So and Salty Trekker fan.
$1. I love you, baby.
He also
I just
showed,
don't know how to show
Shazam.
it.
He also showed,
So Salty Trekker fan with another $1 says, "I love you, baby. I just don't know how to show it." Well, $299,000 would show it really well.
Yeah. I will say that the Michael Keaton car is definitely my favorite Batmobile.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see that. I'm very curious to see what they're going to do there. You know, how does Ezra Miller end up in that universe? Why does he end up in that universe? The voiceover has Batman saying, well, wait a minute, so you can cross over into any universe you want. Why are you here, and why do you want to protect this universe? And so I'm curious about that myself. So the voiceover tells me some interesting information and pulls me in a way that a teaser really effectively should. So I was very excited about that. So that's number one. That one really, really hooked me. I'm very excited about that Batman teaser, or the
Patrick
Flash teaser.
Star $1.
Oh, Patrick
Squidward,
Star!
have you seen
Thank you.
SpongeBob?
Patrick Star
Want to go
donated
jellyfishing?
$1.
Can I have a
So
cup of
I'll have to
tea?
try to do
Have you
my
seen
Patrick
SpongeBob
Star
yet?
voice. Man, I can't do Patrick Star. Squidward! Because Squidward's on the panel. I didn't even think of that. Have you seen SpongeBob? I can't do Patrick today. I want to go jellyfishing. I want to go jellyfishing. Okay, I can't do his voice
Go
today.
away.
Can I have a Krabby Patty? Have you seen SpongeBob yet? So, okay.
Yeah.
And so that's number one. We got a very brief Black Adam teaser, where we finally got to see The Rock as Black Adam, and holy crap, he was scary as F.
The Rock is never a bad thing.
And well, I'll tell you, when they show his awakening in this, and he basically grabs this guy, and with lightning shooting out of his arm, disintegrates him to a skeleton in his hand, and then like drops the skeleton.
Nice.
And then the other guys are there. They just start shooting with a machine gun, and he just catches one of the bullets and like looks at it. Nice. And he's like, "What is this?" You know.
Yeah, that's what I don't like about the DC movies. It seems like you have to be a comic book fan to actually enjoy the movies. So
yeah.
Have you seen or have you heard that Dwayne Johnson's actually a pretty big nerd?
Oh yeah.
He played D&D.
And well, Dwayne Johnson has wanted to do this movie for a long time.
Yeah, he said it.
And he actually,
you know, The Rock was in D&D. I don't remember what episode.
He was in Voyager.
He was Voyager.
Yeah, he was in Voyager. He fought 7 of 9, which is like one of the dumbest things ever.
Arena.
That's like Zumkaki, wasn't it?
Yeah, Zumkatsu, yes.
And Thomas is saying WTF is with the Batmobile in the Batman trailer. And okay, so we'll get to that one in a minute. So because that one was like the big one of the night. So I thought that the Black Adam trailer was cool, but honestly, I wanted to see more. There wasn't enough there to really get me into it. It was just kind of cool to finally see what Black Adam actually looks like, and he does look cool. But that's really all it was we got to see what he looks like. We got to see a little bit about Shazam 2.
Yeah.
And Miriam, oh gosh, what's her name?
Miriam Marvel?
No, the actress, older lady, Miriam.
Oh yeah, I need to. Yeah. She's played a she plays a god. I need to know she was in the Fast and Furious series. The old lady, yeah.
But anyway, there's 2 ladies that are going to be playing actual Greek goddesses that are going to be the villains of Shazam 2.
Yeah, one of them, Tina.
And so it looks like that'll be interesting, but they didn't really tell us much other than that. And they did update the suits a little bit. They do look a little better.
Well, they did. Actually, they did. They going. They don't go.
Well, they mentioned some locations. Like they're going to Mount Olympus.
Yeah, no, not Mount Olympus. Inside the Turner Rock. What do you call it?
Right. Well, they're going from the Rock of Eternity to Mount Olympus to and something else. There's like 3 different locations that they reveal.
Yeah, correct.
Hey, Salty.
Yes.
When was the last time you were in STO?
Oh gosh, probably the last time I streamed Matthew Shortshanks. So it's been a while.
Gotcha.
You know, I love this legendary light cruiser I have.
Well, hold on, Admiral. We're talking about these trailers and stuff right now. All right, so then there's the big one was the Batman trailer.
Oh God.
And I'm really mixed on it.
Yeah,
because everything about the Batman looks like an absolutely beautiful Batman Year One movie, except Robert Pattinson.
Yeah.
Yeah, when that was first announced, it was just like.
Yeah, I don't get Robert Pattinson. I mean, I just.
Who is that guy?
Huh?
Who is he?
He's the actor that's playing Batman. He was Edward the vampire in the Twilight series.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And and it's not because he was Edward in Twilight. I mean, yes, insert sparkly bat suit jokes and stuff like that, which of course I will do when the movie comes out.
Yeah.
But the regardless of whether the movie's good or not. But if the movie's good, I'll admit the movie's good. But that's not the point. Looking at it, he doesn't, and I'm sorry, I got to say it, he does not resonate Bruce Wayne.
No, I agree.
He's not, he doesn't feel like Bruce Wayne / Batman. He just doesn't.
Looks like Bruce Wayne's little brother Luke or something.
Right. He's like Luke Wayne. Yeah, he's, or something. I don't know what he is, but he's not Bruce Wayne. And the problem is everything else that we see, and in fact, some things that people were pissed off about, like the fact that they race swapped Commissioner Gordon, didn't bother me in the slightest. I thought Jeffrey looked great as Commissioner Gordon.
Yeah. Also, the problem was this. Okay, we all want Ben Affleck to play Batman.
Oh, Ben was so good.
Yeah, and we all know, and that's the story was going to be until the studios put their hands in it and they screwed it up because they showed the clip to Ben Affleck, and you know what he did? Guess what he did? He's like, he started laughing.
Yeah.
And he shook his head. He said, "No, this is what happened when you're in studio control." And he just broke out laughing. You can tell, you can look in the face, but no.
But see, the thing, I don't think it's a studio issue because the movie looks beautiful.
He said it. He said it was studio issue.
Of course he's going to say that because he's off the film.
Yeah, because you remember he was going to write, direct.
Yeah, you know what? That's because, okay, so Ben Affleck wanted to be a dictator, all right? And I'm sorry, and look, props to Ben Affleck. I really, really liked him in Batman v Superman. I thought he was great in the Zack Snyder cut of Justice League. All right. So I really think he was the best Batman we've ever gotten on film. But I don't think that means that we give Ben Affleck total creative control. And just because Ben Affleck is an accomplished director, that doesn't mean that, okay, we'll just hand you the keys to Disneyland. That's not how it works.
He's an Emmy Award writer director.
So what?
So is George Lucas. Well, George Lucas is highly awarded too.
Yeah, that doesn't mean, you know what?
Everything.
Yeah, you know what? Zack Snyder built that universe, not Ben Affleck.
I agree with that, but still, he got some comes on his belt. And he said, I guarantee you this is going to be a good Batman.
And first of all, Joseph, let me say this. I'm not going to insult Ben Affleck by calling him a drunk or anything like that. That's not nice, and that's not fair to him. And as far as it being connected to the DCUIUYIOOUUU, I don't know. I don't know if this is part of the official continuity. I don't know how DC's doing it right now because DC is a mess. Yeah. So I have no idea as far as how it fits into the continuity.
It'll get better once Disney buys
Right.
them up.
But honestly, what they should be doing, and this is where they really screwed the pooch on this, is I understand that, okay, Zack Snyder had the family tragedy, and that, unfortunately couldn't be avoided. It was a big mistake to go with Joss Whedon and to say, okay, make it a 2-hour cut. But then we saw with the Zack Snyder cut that that's what fans wanted. Right. So with that, we go, I'm sorry, but hashtag restore the Snyderverse 100%. We continue on with the Snyder vision. That's what the studio should be doing. You go with, we need more Man of Steel. We need more Ben Affleck man. We need to get the Snyderverse continuing on instead of just randomly throwing things at the walls and seeing what sticks. And don't get me wrong, there's room for fun and light stuff in there too. I'm all for what they did with Aquaman and Shazam. I thought they were fun, and I'm actually really looking forward to Black Adam. I think it's going to be fun. I think that the Flash is going to carve out its own niche, especially if he goes into the Batverse there with Michael Keaton. And so there's plenty of room in the DC universe, and especially since it looks like they're purposely branching out into their own multiverse, hashtag copying Marvel. So it's kind of funny because it does look like they're going to try to do a multiverse thing too.
They'll probably screw it up though, like they did everything else.
Right.
Who knows?
Well, but it's just kind of funny because it looks very much like they're going to try to do it because they're having Flash going into the Michael Keaton verse, right? They're obviously, I think what they're going to try to do is say that their multiverse predates Marvel's because they're going to include all the stuff that wasn't originally part of the multiverse.
Yeah, gotcha.
They're
So
going to
the
say
different
that
Batman
Smallville is its own universe, right?
Yeah.
Also,
the different Joker.
Right.
Also, let me remind you what happened to the TV version of the Flash when they tried that and they screwed that up.
Right.
So they trying to be careful of what they trying to be careful of what they do because they screw that up in the movie. So they trying to be real careful now.
Yeah, yeah.
And so, I think that's what they're going to try to do. I think they're going to try to say that everything you've ever seen is part of their multiverse, and that way it opens up the idea that they can say that the Joker movie is a part of their multiverse, and that way they can say that they could pull that Joker in, and then they could have that Joker fight Michael Keaton's Batman.
Well, there is one rumor that Henry Cavill will be in Shazam, so that's the big rumor right there. And,
You mean Lord Grantham? Henry Cavill?
Yeah, Henry Cavill, Superman. Henry Cavill, they said they got
Is Henry Cavill even confirmed to continue to play Superman at this point? Are we even going to get Man of Steel 2?
Yeah, they still in works in that.
Well, in the works. I mean, what does that even mean? And that's the problem. Man of Steel 2 has been in production limbo hell forever. And Man of Steel 2 needs to happen like yesterday. They've got all these different movies that they're talking about with Flash and all this other stuff. I'm sorry, we need Man of Steel 2.
The problem is, the original problem is the woke movement and the Me Too movement is still trying to have a white guy doing this and that. That's the problem.
I don't care about that crap. And honestly, I don't buy that. I don't buy that. That's because you know what, they can talk about that all they want, but at the end of the day, Warner Brothers doesn't want to go bankrupt.
No.
And so I don't think that they want to just get rid of the most iconic fictional character ever.
Well, they already got talk about the black Superman. That's happening already because
But you see, if they're doing their multiverse, fine. They can do 75 different versions of Superman if they want to. But you know what? Their iconic classic Superman needs to be a mainstay. And if they don't put out a new Superman film every few years, people are going to lose interest.
Well, I can say one thing is, we all know what happened to James Bond. So, what do you think happened?
What? James Bond is still James Bond. I know everybody thinks that he's a black woman now, but if you think that, you haven't seen the movie.
I've seen the movie. I'm just saying what happened to James Bond is going to happen to James.
What? James Bond is still James Bond.
No. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about they trying to kill the idea.
Yeah. Making him less of a ladies' man. And
exactly.
Things like that.
They've done that before. Yeah. This is not. This is nothing new. I mean, come on. The Timothy Dalton Bond was all about that. Oh my God.
Yeah.
The Timothy Dalton Bond didn't even sleep around at all. At least Daniel Craig got some.
They gonna make Big Boy Scout a real big.
Actually, I really like Timothy Dalton. That's what
they do. I like Timothy Dalton a lot as Bond. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people don't like him, but I thought he was great.
Yeah,
my favorite Bond movie of all time was Living Daylight.
I'm saying that they're gonna try and make Superman like the Superman they got in Superman and Lois. If you've seen a series, you see Lois always
Lois and Clark.
No, Superman and Lois, the new one.
Oh,
the new one. He's not in charge or anything. Lois calling the shots. Every time you get anything.
Well, I mean, look at the TV series back in the day. It was Lois and Clark.
Yeah, I know.
It wasn't.
But Superman was still out front.
But the problem is that Warner Brothers, at the end of the day, Warner Brothers still doesn't want to go bankrupt. Mm-hmm. And they're gonna and they will if they just continue to put out, and the funny thing is, because I was watching I wasn't going to, but honestly I was feeling like crap and I could and I couldn't do anything else, so I was just plopped down in my chair and watching the stupid fandom thing. And I was watching it live on YouTube when they were doing the live stream, and calling it a live stream is laughable because none of it was live.
Oh, one of those pre-recorded live streams.
Yeah, it was entirely pre-recorded. But watching it, and and I was actually focused in, except for when they were actually showing the actual trailers and talking about the upcoming shows, I was actually focusing in on the chat and just kind of watching it. Now, granted, when you've got tens of thousands of people watching a live stream, it can be hard to keep up with the chat because it's just going bam, 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 but the chat was so negative. And I mean, just constant vitriol and anger and hatred the entire time. And every time they started talking about, and some of it, I'm sorry, I get it that, they were overemphasizing women and people of color and stuff. And I get it that that's the popular political flavor. And some of that was annoying. And when they were trying to do that, and people saying, tired of the woke crap, come on, let's, can we get off the woke crap, as if anybody, as if it was actually a live stream, but the thing that pissed me off was that they were also celebrating Wonder Woman's 80th anniversary, which I didn't realize that this year marks Wonder Woman's 80th anniversary. And they actually had an interview with Linda Carter. And Patty Jenkins, who's the director of the Wonder Woman films, had Linda Carter, and they were talking. And if you listen to their conversation, and you know how filmmakers like to be coy and sometimes drop hints in conversations on purpose? It sounded to me like they were hinting that Linda Carter's going to be in Wonder Woman 3. which I thought was
It's already confirmed. I mean,
which
roughly, but they already confirmed it. She is going to be in.
okay. Well, that's what they were kind of hinting at in their conversation. And I thought that was really cool. And I was also thinking, wow, Linda Carter, I don't know how old she is, but dang, she looks pretty good because she's got to be pushing 80 at this point. And I was thinking she looks pretty darn good. And
Are you nuts?
what do you mean? I'm not saying, "Ooh, I want to bang her." I'm saying that she looks good for her age. She doesn't look like Patrick Stewart, where she looks like she's gasping for breath. I'm saying that she looks good for her age.
Yeah, he means not in a sexual sense, in
Right.
a fitness sense.
Yeah, but when I'm watching it, I'm sitting there and all these people just tossing the hate at her. And that was really pissing me off and that's where I get angry at groups like the Phantom Menace and stuff, because they don't see the difference between Wonder Woman's 80th anniversary and overemphasis on women. I think that celebrating Wonder Woman's 80th anniversary is a worthy thing. Pushing women is annoying.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd agree with you.
Kind of like what they did with the Foundation.
If it's an anniversary of something, you've got to do honor to the thing that you're celebrating the anniversary to.
Hey guys, I'm gonna head out for the night.
All right.
All right, have a good one.
Catch you later.
See ya.
So I got caught up on the Foundation series so far.
Oh, what do you think?
It's good. I don't like some of the changes they made, but I don't know. We'll see where it goes. I'm not sure where they're gonna like how they made what's her name? The one that the character that was the mayor in the books is now
the warden or the
warden. Yeah. So and of course, you got to expect it, but I guess there's like 3 gender swaps that they did, which was kind of meh.
That kind of stuff. I mean, honestly, yeah, I was expecting all that.
Yeah, like I said, I was expecting. Well, I didn't expect it to be so many major characters. But
Can I say something real quick? Can I say something? About the Henry Cavill thing is this, okay? I think there's a new Superman came out, and they made him gay. All right.
Okay.
Well, it's technically Superman's son,
Yeah,
and he's bi.
Yeah. and now you find climate change now.
Oh, is that what he's doing?
Yeah,
I thought he was just.
He went and protested for. Yeah, that was kind of lame.
Stupid.
But
that's the problem. That's what they're trying to see. They're trying to see how they can put that kind of Superman on the big screen. And I agree with you on 1%. We need her to put Superman on the big screen for him and Kelvin to say, like, screw it. Screw you guys.
Yeah.
That's the problem right there. Yeah. And Henry Cavill been pushing this ever since Justice League came out. It's time for new Superman. Somewhere in between there, it's the studio heads and the work community at her trying to make sure that alpha male, number one alpha male of all comics is not alpha.
I don't know. I don't even see Superman as an alpha male. I see Batman as an alpha male.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, wait, still you still Top Gun. I mean, still the number one guy that you don't mess with. He's the good guy.
Right. I get what you're saying. I do agree. I think that they're doing it way too much, and but what we need to do, and the problem is, first of all, yelling and screaming about it is not helping.
Right.
No, all that does is get them to be more encouraged to do it.
Yeah, because they think, oh, we're fighting this enemy now.
Right, because
what you gotta do is be friends with them and show them, hey, this is not, this is why there's problems with that. Instead of saying, no, that's bad, you shouldn't do this kind of stuff.
I don't even get what the problem is. I mean, they're not making Superman bi; it's his son. So I mean, who gives a crap?
Yeah, and I didn't have a problem with that part of it so much as just the whole.
He's a new Superman.
I don't know.
He's a new Superman, and that's what he's trying to make. and that's why you're not gonna see no quick decision. Okay, let's go ahead and get it. Okay, and let's have Cameron do Superman again. They're not gonna do that unless you get doing
Thomas misses Matthew, by the way.
some kind of
wow. Thomas, why don't you come up on the panel if you hate me
Yeah.
so much? Sure.
Oh, he had a question. Did you ever see Wonder Woman 84?
I have not yet. I've been meaning to. I know that it looks, honestly, the trailers on it look so bad that I just did not want to see it.
Don't waste your time.
Well, I'll see it eventually. I'll probably see it right before Wonder Woman 3 comes out.
You're talking about Linda Carter. They set up her appearance in the next movie. And there's in a credit scene.
Oh, really? Okay, I did not know that.
Oh, I do remember something about that, yeah.
Yeah, he did at the end.
But
at the end. So
anyway, yeah, getting back to what I was talking about with the Foundation, I think visually it is a very amazing. They did a great job visually.
I'm enjoying it, and I think that I'm enjoying it more because it's been a few years since I've read the book, so I'm not thinking about the gender swaps.
Yeah. Well, and like I said, what I started to say about the mayor thing is it wasn't such a big deal for me with the gender swap there. I'd be okay with that, except that in the books, the mayor, like one of his big things is like, violence is the last resort of the he was much more of an administrator.
Right.
Whereas now it's the opposite. Now it's she's a warden and she's like the fighter. She's the one that's, kind of.
Well, the problem is
first resort, but
that comes back to the whole Hollywood doesn't know how to make a woman be strong except to make her a masculine man.
Yeah, and that's and I guess that guy does go all the way even back to like Alien. I don't know. Because that's the example everybody gives is for a strong female character, but even there you've got it's.
And I will check out that scene, Thomas.
But yeah, other than that though, I would encourage people if they can to watch that series. It's a good series so far. But
I think the series, regardless of any changes in the gender, I think the story is still excellent. And
I will say this though, the one change that I saw they made that I think they're being not being too obvious about it, but they are making a commentary is in the books, if I recall, the emperors were not like a clone. I don't think I'm giving too much away here because that's pretty early on, but they're not like a clone genetic line. They're just a line of emperor, and I think what they're trying to kind of get at there by making him an exact clone is just one white male after another kind of thing.
You think that's why they did that?
I think that's why they went that way with that.
I don't know. I kind of like that though. I think that's
they did play it well though. I think it does work because then it's kind of neat because you get the same actors getting to play.
Right. Well, and I think that's why they did it. Is it's a unique way, because one of the things that I was thinking about was with a series like this, how do you have any sense of continuity if the series is going to take place over many generations?
Yeah, I give you that.
And so if you do have the emperors are all clones of each other, then you can have the same actors playing the emperors all the way through the series.
Yeah.
And so I do like that.
Yeah.
Well,
don't want to give it away, but yeah.
At least to a certain point. And, so Harry Sheldon obviously can be in the entire series, but there's, certain characters that can make multiple appearances, but you are very limited with most of your cast. They're going to appear in a few episodes and then they're going to disappear. And you need to have that feeling of continuity.
Yep.
Hey, Mike, can I ask you a question? Have you ever watched Downton?
Downton, as in Downton Abbey?
Yes.
No.
Oh, God, you need to get a PBS subscription. I think you'd love that show.
It just doesn't seem like my kind of show. I mean, isn't it like a period piece or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Your wife would probably like it if she's into history.
I think the only period piece she cares for is, besides Hammer horror films, is Pride and Prejudice.
To do with pre-World War One, post World War One, and
18 World War One Victorian style English Scotch. That is. That's what it's about.
right, and it also eventually falls into World War II when they finally ended the series.
I gotta ask, why do you think I would love that?
Well,
I mean, what about me makes you think, oh yeah, Andy Tricker would love a pre-World War One show?
He lived through that. Why would he need to see?
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
See, Mike is not that old. Even I know that.
Wow.
Bunch of jerks around here.
I actually will defend you there, Mike. You're not as old as they think you are. You're about probably in your late 50s, meaning you were born in about 49, 50.
Wow.
50? You way off.
Anyway, I will. Oh man.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say this right here. I had to do something before I was say something. That Henry Cavill.
Yeah.
This is rumor they trying to. What I heard, one rumor, if the Marvel Internals gets a hit, the sequel they're trying to make will be Squadron Supreme, which they're going to have one character who just like Superman, which is Hyperion.
Right.
Guess who they want to play? Guess who they want to play a Hyperion?
I think that would be a horrible mistake.
I know. They want Henry Cavill to play Hyperion.
With or without the mustache.
Correct.
They need to have him grow the mustache just to digitally remove it.
Oh, that was a mistake.
And Henry Cavill. Now, a lot of people don't know Henry Cavill is moving on. Not to just get the TV series, The Witcher, but he's gonna play the Highlander.
Yeah, I heard he was going to be in
Sorry,
Highlander.
I got your age wrong, dude.
No, that's all right, man. I ain't stressing it. But no, I personally, I will tell you, I don't. Don't get me wrong. Occasionally, I like historical stuff, but only stuff that I really feel a strong connection to. So, like, my favorite historical drama of all time is Braveheart. And that's mainly because
he lived through the events.
Yeah.
He is not over 240 years old.
I am Scotch-Irish, however.
Yeah.
You're Irish, but you're not nowhere near 240
Admiral, how do you know?
years old.
How do you know, man?
It's okay. It's okay, Admiral. It's Admiral. It's okay. They're just messing with me. I can take.
Yeah, Admiral. We're just messing with him. We know he's not.
I'm a big boy. I can take it. But
no humans out.
But I do love. I do.
Years after the flood.
It's. I do love Braveheart. I do. I love Rob Roy. So that kind of stuff because it's my heritage, right? And I love some, some of the biblical stuff, but only a very select few biblical movies, because most of them are just so horribly inaccurate. And then, who's...
Ow.
You okay there, Chief? I have no idea what that's supposed to be.
The British, what's that British thing?
Anthem?
I'm gonna run, guys.
Are you trying to do the Scottish tune?
Yeah.
You playing the pipes?
Yeah.
Because that's like horribly done.
I know.
By the way, the best
You
way to
mean
do it is
Scotland? That's Scotland the Brave, actually.
yeah, yeah.
Scotland forever.
Yeah. So, and by the way, you can't see it, but I have the Scotsman from Samurai Jack tattooed on the back of one of my legs.
Not the one from Simpsons.
And yes, Thomas, there is a car in Braveheart. That is true. Maybe someone should send you a DVD about something from the Bible. That would be awesome, Thomas. I know.
So, Salty, I've got to run. Can I ask you a quick question before I go?
You sure can.
Cool. So, I've seen on your YouTube channel past references to a Discord server, but I'm not sure if it's still active. Do you still have a Discord server?
I do not, but there is a Discord server that is
your Discord is
called the Nerd Community, right?
Right.
It's not
Whatever
particularly
happened with your Discord server?
Honestly, I stopped running it because of the fact, and I'm going to be completely transparent, with all the crap that I was going through. That was when my health was starting to go downhill and dealing with a lot of crap in my life. And people kept coming on my Discord and attacking me for not putting up enough videos. And I couldn't take it. I was like, look, I'm doing what I can. And, you know, it's like, you know, I couldn't take the hate. And so I just said, screw it. And I shut down my Discord.
I can't believe some people. Why would people hate you for not putting out
Well,
videos?
because I get it. You know, look, YouTube to most people is just entertainment, right? It's like it's like, you know, Tubi or any other network. You go there to get entertainment. You go there to have fun. You don't go there because you're concerned about your friends, right? You don't think about a community, even though that's what I think we have here. And so if you're going there looking for fun, looking for community, looking for, you're looking for entertainment, and the guy that you've been subscribed to or even support via Patreon or whatever, and they're not putting out enough content, you just get mad. And you're like, why isn't this jerk putting out enough videos? Where's my review of X, Y, or Z, you know? And
shouldn't people just be grateful for the videos you do point out?
You would think.
Rather than wanting more.
You know,
would think.
you're attributing too much niceness to people.
People, in a general rule, in any group of people, there's going to be a significant number of a-holes.
All right. And that's the problem is that, I mean, even now, like my channel has roughly 14,000 subscribers. How many of those people actually show up for my live streams? Maybe 50. Right. So I have 13,575 people who really don't give a crap about my live streams. And, you know, and are just pissed off at me because I haven't put out any content.
Well, the live streams and content.
YouTube screw a lot of people because we all seen you could have 5,000 or people on the screen, and the algorithm like I said is only 50.
Anyway,
yeah.
You want me to put in a link for your Discord?
Sure, if you don't mind, John.
Thanks, John, and thanks, Salty, and thanks everybody else.
No, have a good one, Stephen, and always good to have you around.
Thanks all. Yeah. You guys have a good one too.
And I think it's getting pretty late here for me too, about 12:30. So I think I'm gonna have to bow out too.
Yeah, I'll be wrapping up in just a few minutes.
Me too.
Later.
I'm looking forward to college next week.
Have fun.
I've been waiting to do it for 10 years. Every time I brought it up to my late father, he said, if you do that, I'm going to disown you. He would never support me.
Huh.
In that.
That was it. It's kind of the opposite. My dad was like, you start going to school or I'm going to start charging you rent.
You can always blame Matthew. It's usually
the whole thing is he did not want to lose my disability income.
Ah, I gotcha. No, but yeah, it was about 9 years for me after high school before I went back to school. So
It's been I've been out of high school since 09, so 11 and a half years if you round up 12.
Well, definitely I would say brush up on some of your math.
Thankfully, for being a history teacher, you don't have to have good math skills.
So one thing I did want to say about that Batman trailer that we didn't get to. And so Robert Pattinson aside, and I know I said everything else looked pretty good, the Joker and the Penguin look great. All right, I want to say that first and foremost. And I was absolutely shocked to find out that was Colin Farrell as the Penguin.
Colin Farrell as...
You didn't know that? Yeah,
I did not know that was Colin Farrell under all that makeup.
Yeah. He was the first one they cast.
No, but look at him in the trailer. That doesn't look like Colin Farrell.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. Wow, that's some crazy makeup.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what?
That's like what's his name in
not Danny DeVito.
No.
Yosef, buddy, we were talking about you earlier. Come on. I got to tell you about something. Click on the link, buddy. Come on.
What, Tropic Thunder?
Tropic Thunder, yeah, that's like Tom Cruise and Tropic Thunder kind of makeup there.
It totally caught me by surprise because I saw the trailer and I was like, okay, that's pretty good. Now, the first time, honestly, I didn't catch that was the Penguin. I thought that was Falcone, the gangster. I didn't realize it was Penguin. But
wow, that is some really good makeup.
Yeah. But are you looking at it right now?
Yeah, I'm looking at pictures.
Do you think,
Steven, you back, or you just hit the button by mistake?
Sorry, just
I think they got better Batman than the.
Sorry, I missed. Was the link in for the server and the YouTube channel to stream?
Yeah, in the YouTube chat.
I put it in both places.
Oh yeah,
it
it's
just looks like some old guy with a scars on his face.
Yeah, I know.
He doesn't look like a penguin.
Well, no, they're trying to make it. I was just saying it's really good, as in you can't tell. That's makeup.
Yeah, I think he could have been better Batman than.
I think they're going for a more realistic Penguin rather than they're not going for
walking around eating fish with one.
Yeah, they're not going for that.
Yeah, I do not want to see biting the heads off a fish and black ooze coming out of his mouth.
I mean, as much as I like those movies, that was one of the worst ones.
Daniel, what did you think of the trailers? You haven't said anything. And thank you, Thomas, for reminding me.
Actually, you know what? I never actually saw. I didn't see that much of it. I just saw Robert Pattinson walking up to it. I saw his Batmobile coming out of an explosion or something, and he was walking to turned over car, and that's about it.
Okay, so you didn't watch the whole trailer?
Yeah.
For you guys' information,
I think I watched bits and pieces of it.
That Batmobile is a '56 Charger.
Is it? Yeah, it's something like that to me. Yeah.
Which I'm mixed on the Batmobile. I know some people love it, some people hate it. I'm kind of in the middle.
Like I say, I'm a Michael Keaton car guy.
Yeah.
Have you seen? There's a guy, YouTuber called Casey Puch, I think it is, or Puch, who has a turbine engine powered Michael Keaton Batmobile.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That is a 66 Charger. That's the same Charger in General Lee.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Well, I like the. I'll tell you, there is one. It has nothing to do with Robert Pattinson himself because I still think he was the worst part of the trailer. But I do have to say, even though it still makes no sense, I love the effect of all the gunshots bouncing off the armor. That was another thing I liked. Like when all those guys were shooting automatic weapons and it was bouncing off his armor, I thought that looked really cool. Although, why didn't just one guy aim for the face?
Thank you. That's why I can't understand.
Bulletproof armor?
Yeah. It's actually, I'll tell you, Daniels. It's really cool. Oh, did he drop off the?
No.
He dropped right when he was like bulletproof armor, and then he disappeared. But yeah, Daniels, if you hear me, it's really cool. Oh no, you're right there. It's really cool. There's two scenes in the trailer. One where a guy has an automatic pistol and he's shooting him, and you see it bouncing off his shoulder. And then another where like three guys with automatic rifles are just plowing into him, and you see the bullets just ricocheting off his armor in every direction, and it's gorgeous to look at. Even though, why doesn't somebody shoot him in the face?
Exactly.
Because I would shoot him in the face.
Exactly. And Justice League, when we say Ben Affleck Batman, he put his hand right in front of his face.
Right. Which is smart. Right. That's what that's what you would do is hold like, and that's the thing. Like if he held up his arm in front of his face to protect himself, okay, I would buy that. But no, he's just charging into him, and nobody's shooting at his face.
Yeah. I mean, you see more than one. I mean,
hey, Arabic, how you doing?
And not once, but twice. He covered his forearm and to cover his face. And they were shooting right dead at him.
Speaking of people I was shooting in the face, how you doing, Joseph?
Greetings from the future. It's like 6:37 in the morning. I'm barely awake.
The goats wake you up.
Did I wake you up?
No, I think everyone's pretty sure it's the goats, right?
Yeah, I was just waiting for some goat comment. Exactly. No, it was the cats.
Oh, okay. True story. So we went to the store today, and so usually, like if my wife is just going in to get a few things, usually what that means is my wife says, okay, I need to get like 3 things, so you just wait in the car. Because, me with my cane and hobbling along, it's like I just slow her down. I'm like, okay, fine. And so when she goes to get her 3 things, then she comes back with like a cart just filled to the brim with stuff. And I was like, oh, I thought you were getting 3 things. Well, they had stuff on sale. Okay.
Yeah.
And so anyway, so she comes back with her cart full of stuff. But while she was in the store, she sent me a picture. And she said, this is for your friend, and so yeah. So let me see here. I was like, oh well, hey, I can show it to you because magic of technology. All I gotta do is
figure out how to work this phone.
Yeah, you can work this high technology phone doohickey. Let me make myself. All right, so you can see me, right?
Yes.
All right. Dehydrated goat milk.
Oh, he's got the fully hydrated stuff.
Oh man.
Look at 2007
goat milk.
Look at
But once again, I'm going to repeat myself. Goat meal. Yak, goat cheese, yes.
Did you just say yak? So you prefer yak milk? Is that what you're saying?
Is that from? I remember Ren and Stimpy. They always talked about yaks.
No, yeah, but on Ren and Stimpy they like skunk milk, extra stinky.
Oh yeah. Oh god, we grew up with some messed up stuff in that.
Well, now I have a pet chihuahua, just to make it even worse.
His nose goblin, magic nose goblin.
Oh, yeah. My nose goblin collection. So you woke up with the cats. So did you like squirt cat milk into your mouth? Or?
Jesus. There's no squirting going on.
Well, something's getting squirted into your mouth.
That can be taken
That
many ways.
That came out so wrong.
I'm just basing it off of the Slovakian tradition.
Giving your wife pink eye in the morning? What the fuck?
Honestly, at this hour, I'm not able to come up with some witty responses.
Yeah, and on that note, I think I'm going to call it a night too.
Squidward.
Have a good night.
Okay, take care. Good night.
See you later, Joseph.
So what do you got planned for today, Joseph? You got a long day of work for you?
Normal day of work.
Yeah, sell them billions of dollars worth of computers.
Billions of dollars. Billions not today, only millions.
And
so I know that I have to work on something worth around 10 million today. So yeah.
Oh, so it's just small potatoes.
Small potatoes, yeah.
A little something for your volcano.
How much do you skim off the top every day? Come on.
Okay, just going right for it.
Oh, you know what? I wish I can tell you I would be like give me like 0.1% of the revenue that I'm dealing with every day, and I could super chat you. You wouldn't believe it. But I'm sorry, it's just a normal salary.
Oh man.
Well,
not even 6 figures. I wish.
Well, but you're making Slovakian money, so
yeah.
Now, does Dell actually pay you in goats?
Actually, no.
That would be hilarious if there was like some third world country where goats was a currency and Dell had like employees there and had to pay their employees in goats.
You know about how you can in Middle East trade women for camels or something.
So that's not some Russian thing. Oh, big Russian.
Well, you can trade camels for Russians.
Yeah.
Don't tell us,
weird, man.
Where could I, work for a couple of years? Minimum wage is like what, 3 women a day.
On the other hand, we know about Alexander, who's going to get married this month.
Yes.
This month or next month.
Soon, I know, but maybe that's why we haven't heard from him much.
What? How many camels that was?
Are you serious?
So yeah, exactly.
He's getting married.
Yeah.
The Russian married. I mean, damn.
Yeah.
He says.
It's weird. It's kind of weird. They have to go to a neutral nation to go get married. They can't just do it in one of their own countries.
Yeah, Pakistan.
Yeah. You think they're in exile?
I'll believe it when Alexander and his wife show up on the same live stream at the same time.
They are going to Cuba to get married. Yeah,
that's what he keeps saying. But the problem is that can they even do that?
Actually, yes, you can do that, and
they can get married in Cuba.
Yes,
and it would be legally binding in Quebec.
Maybe she's staying in Russia.
No, she's coming.
No, she was born in Russia.
Oh,
and she's living there.
For the bride, yeah.
That's why they are.
Well, I don't know, where does she live? Because I just know that she's Asian Muslim woman born in the USSR. That's all I know.
Yeah, she's a mail order bride.
No, if the pictures that he sent me are accurate, that ain't no mail order bride.
Are you serious? You have the pictures?
I've seen pictures of her, and if that's
yes.
and she is pretty.
Assuming
that they are real pictures, that's why I say I'll believe it when I see the two of them together in a live stream.
I'm telling you right.
Or maybe
She's like
she
90
doesn't
years
know.
old
I mean,
now.
like
those were her pictures like 40 years ago.
Or yeah, either those were her pictures 40 years ago, or she has no idea. She thinks that he is like a billionaire.
Right.
You know?
That's a mail order bride. That's a mail order. He ordered a bride. That's where a Russian. What do you call it? Mail. What do you call it?
Yeah.
What do you call it? You said was it? God damn, getting confused. I'm just saying it's a mail order bride. That's all I can say.
But Michael, just be realistic.
Yeah.
Same as you married out of your league as well.
Oh, I married way out of my league. I'm not even debating that.
So
I'm not saying
did I.
it's impossible.
Why can't he marry out of his league? You know.
Because here's the thing: I'm out of his league. So that's why I'm saying, like, you know, I'd be very impressed. So
That just throws the universe into way too far in the unfair category. I mean, come on.
Come on. I thank God. Come on. Thank God. This is Alexander now. You really think that Alexander's gonna be some hot? You say when he's true, Auntie, he's salty. You think she can come on to that guy? Come on.
Look,
plus gave a lot of Russian bits. That should come over here.
Alexander is like great comic relief on a live stream, right? He's fun to have around. He's like completely certifiably insane in just in a hugely entertaining way. And you're telling me that an actual female human being had a actual conversation with him and decided that marrying this guy was a good idea.
Yeah, it's called green. It's called getting a green card or work card again.
Something. Well, I didn't think Canada worked that way.
Yeah.
And hey, Stephen.
Got some close.
Hey, I can come back for a bit more again.
Okay, you're just back to hang out?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if there was another problem getting onto the Discord or not.
No, now I'm good, I think.
Okay.
Thanks, sir.
Right now we're discussing women way out of our league, which is pretty much all women.
I know that feeling.
Except for Cinnabon. Cinnabon is like, you know, he's got the epic thing going on. Well, and John's got the beard, which kind of elevates him.
Don't forget, guys.
Did you just say I'm not a woman out of your league?
No, I'm saying that there are women. I'm saying that as far as there are women that are you can be at the same level as, because you've got the epic looks, right? So you and John.
I need someone like a Helen Keller type.
I just want to remind everybody that Alexander is a security guard and he works in a booth under a hotel. What 12 hours? What is a gate thing?
When he's not chopping meat.
Yeah, I know, but still,
that's such a weird
job. On a security guard and somewhere.
And advocating for the Communist Manifesto.
Thank you. There's a red flag and everything, and he's seeking the Russian national anthem. And now you got this mail order bride coming over here and lay on top of him.
It's an invasion, Chief.
It makes no sense. And by the way, you ever notice that he kind of looks like? I mean,
one of James Bond villains.
No, I'm thinking like, imagine if Bird of Prey 5 and Nosferatu had a baby.
Oh no! Oh.
It would look kind of like Alexander.
No, I'm telling you, he's one of those James Bond villains. And Dr. No, I don't know. What's the guy? One of Roger Moore, Russian villain guys. But he got a tattoo in his tattoo. He had a big mole on top of his head. That's Alexander, one of those big Russian guys. See?
So wait, what you're saying is like, so Yosef, of course, we know is a James Bond villain.
Uh-huh.
So what you're saying is that Alexander is like Yosef's version of Oddjob.
Well, close. Well, not now. It could be.
Momo
I mean, you
$1.
want to.
Yes, I'm marrying my
And
love
Momo
and
donated
Sandra.
$1 saying, "Yes, I am marrying Alexander." Momo, I don't. Well, you know, I've seen pictures of her, and she doesn't look anything like you, unless those aren't her.
You got the pictures?
I'm not sharing them because I don't
Come
have his
on,
permission.
man.
No,
Come
no,
on.
not without his permission. That would not be cool.
Okay.
And by the way, I think he mentioned something that his parents and her parents are having like something like a first meeting, like virtual meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it be awesome if they hated each other?
Yeah. How many Russian boobies?
How could they even communicate? Her parents are Asian Muslim, and his parents are Quebecan communist French people.
Yeah.
Zach, how are they going to even communicate?
He showed him what he not she wushi. If she could wushi, you get the wushi. That was the what you. You got the word that.
What?
Exactly.
Wushi was like.
And Arabic says he eats ketchup chips. That's now come on. That's one of his good qualities.
Ketchup chips are disgusting.
Honestly, that's the worst thing about him, I think.
You think the worst thing about him is that he eats ketchup chips?
You know what? Probably because I consider ketchup as something that is here to destroy basically the taste of everything.
Ketchup should be considered one of the basic food groups.
What?
I love ketchup chips.
What is wrong with you?
Well,
Basically,
okay. In fairness, you have to understand my childhood, Joseph.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know. Sit back for a salty story here.
No, Pepperidge Farm remembers. Yeah.
No. That's like people eat white bread and put mayonnaise on it and eat like a hot dog, which I've seen with no meat in it. It's just plain old mayonnaise and white bread.
Wait, how do you have a hot dog with no meat?
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. It's like that.
Well, I mean, a hot dog is meat, so you can't have a hot dog with no meat.
Well, you get the bread.
That you can't know. That you can't
would
know.
be a
Please refrain from things that you cannot confirm.
Okay, so you know how you see, well, you may not, Joseph, because you live in a country where goats and sheep are currency, but for the rest of us, we may see commercials on television. Just so you know, Joseph, television is a box that shows images of entertainment and stuff. So anyway, we can watch television and we see commercials of people saying, "Oh, you know, don't you remember Mom's cooking?" and and talking, reminiscing about that. Now, when people talk about Mom's cooking, I recoil in horror. Okay, so most people, when they think of Mom's cooking, they're thinking of these pleasant, wonderful things. No,
Apple pie.
Now my wife did not believe that my mom's cooking could possibly be so bad, and she didn't understand why I made the most disgusting things. Like she would see me like take a couple of packs of Top Ramen and then squirt ketchup into it, and that would be like a meal to me. Right, and she'd be like, "How are you eating that? That's disgusting." I mean, like, what are you talking about? That's like, and so then she had the honor of having Thanksgiving dinner at my parents' house, and she tasted my mom's turkey. So here's how my mom made Thanksgiving turkey. Okay, I am not making this up. I swear I am not making this up. So first she takes out the turkey that is frozen solid the day of Thanksgiving.
I see this coming.
Okay, so she rinses it off so that the skin is nice and subtle. She sprinkles on a little bit of salt and pepper. She then takes the turkey and puts it on a platter. Puts it in the microwave.
What? What?
cooks it on high for, I don't know, a couple of hours. And that's Thanksgiving dinner.
What?
Couple hours.
Oh, wait.
Oh, but wait, we're not done. Because after Thanksgiving dinner, my mom treated us to her famous turkey water soup. Now, what is turkey water soup? That's the name that my wife gave it. So she takes the bones from said turkey and puts it in a gigantic pot of it's like a 5-gallon pot of water, and she takes the bones from the turkey, cuts up a couple of pieces of celery, some more salt, and lets it slow cook overnight, and calls that soup.
Oh God!
You poor thing.
I've done 2 semesters.
That sounds interesting.
Filthy.
Right now, I don't know what the hell that is. That's weird. Because how you can cook now? Wait a minute. I've seen crazy people cook a lot of things in Thanksgiving, but in a microwave, that's the first. I've seen boiling water all the way to I don't know how many degrees. That right there, that's the first right there. A whole turkey, right? You tell me a whole turkey?
Whole turkey.
God damn. Jesus.
And so that is now. After my dad passed away, my mom actually took some cooking classes and learned how to cook. But yeah, my entire childhood was like the level of cooking that I dealt with. So
okay, but okay, now it makes sense why you like so much ketchup, because ketchup I wanted to say
it would add flavor.
Started that no, it is basically the flavor of every food, because it has the capability of killing every single taste that comes with the food, and the only thing that stays is the ketchup. But
or if there is no flavor, like in my mom's food, it would add something to it.
But nobody say anything at the dinner. Nobody say no.
Oh, really? You're gonna pick a fight with my New York Irish mother?
Oh,
you really want to pick a fight with my New York Irish mother? That would be the last thing you ever did.
Oh, baby. Okay. And was it cooked all the way through?
Oh yeah. I mean, it had a fine rubbery texture.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, and I will tell you, I'm very lucky to have Pepper Trekker. Now my wife can throw down in the kitchen. I can actually cook fairly well if I have the, energy.
I'm not gonna lie. I might want to try that.
You might want what?
I might want to try. I might cook that in the microwave.
You're gonna try to cook a turkey out of it?
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. I'm actually. Was it a full-scale turkey or a small turkey?
I'm trying to remember how big it was. The turkey was probably in the order of about 12 pounds or so.
Okay.
So not a gigantic turkey.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm saying. Okay.
It would put because obviously you couldn't put a 25, 30-pound turkey in a microwave.
Okay. That's okay. I understand that because you can't do that in a microwave. It's just I was thinking it was a full-scale turkey. You can cook like 8 people and 10 people like that in a room. But if you like half of that, okay, I understand that. You can't do that. Right. I can understand because there's a lot of YouTube videos on that. So,
and Donnie, I'm not dissing New York. Now, keep in mind that. But why do you think I like to fight so much? That's the New York Irish in me.
Okay, I have one more question. Okay, she did it one time, or y'all did every Thanksgiving?
Well, that's when we had the luxury of a microwave.
I'm talking about once every blue moon. Y'all came over there once in a blue moon.
My mom would usually just throw things in the oven on broil.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, she'd cook it until flames came shooting out of the oven, and then figure it was done. Oh, you think I'm kidding? That was her method of cooking steak. I mean, she would She would take the steak, and of course, my parents would get the cheapest steak possible. And fortunately, and here's where I'll give some props to Joseph and his goats. We actually,
Why?
well, you know, as much kidding as I give to Joseph, I've mentioned it before, I actually grew up on a sheep ranch. Ironic, I grew up on a sheep ranch, and my mom couldn't cook. Right?
Bingo.
But we would actually slaughter a couple of sheep every year and put those in the freezer. So I actually learned how to cook by experimenting with some of the meat from the sheep. But my mom, yeah, she would just take like lamb chops or steak or whatever, and she would her method of cooking was the same for everything. Defrost, lay it out, put some salt on it, put it in the top rack of the oven, broil. When flames come shooting out, take it out and serve. That was her method of cooking.
Of me and the goats, yeah. And you said right now that you experimented with sheeps.
Cooking, yes.
That sounds cool.
You know what? I wish. Is your mom still alive?
And Thomas can cook. All I need is milk and cereal.
Is your mom still living?
No. My parents are both dead.
Okay, because I would love for her. I would love to see Dan Ramsey.
Oh yeah, my mom. That is where I get all of my feistiness. Those from my mom, and so
I would love to see the face of Dave Ramsey.
Oh, Dave Ramsey would drop dead.
Exactly.
See,
Sophie.
Yes, sir.
Now I understand why your favorite piece of Star Trek technology is the replicator.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It all makes sense now.
Give me that filet mignon. Yeah. Although, actually, I can cook a steak pretty well. I'm good at it. But,
yeah,
you know, my mom,
Hello?
never learned the finer points. I mean, she did later in life. Like I said, after my dad passed away, she finally decided to learn how to cook. And
yeah, because he's not there no more. So okay, I'm finally going to cook the school and cook.
Yeah. Well, it's like all of a sudden she realized there's this little term called gourmet, you know, and
yeah. So that's amazing.
Yeah,
that is amazing right there.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised your dad didn't say anything.
Well, you know, my dad, I don't know. I think that, yeah. Honestly, I don't know. My dad was one of those guys. He was always very, very quiet.
Yeah.
Never talked much. Was always, you know, like whenever we had a get together, he was always
constantly hungry.
He was.
Well, I can see your dad just like smile and say, "Great dinner here."
Yeah. No, actually, you know, the funny thing is that he actually did compliment her cooking more often than not. And I think he just liked really bland food.
I'm asking you a question.
Yeah.
Y'all,
hello.
Hey, Kermit.
You have any dogs? You have dogs when
Yeah, we had. Growing up on a ranch, I had a golden retriever.
That was almost a given.
Yeah, we had. I mean,
if you live on a ranch, you usually have a ranch dog or two.
Yeah, we had 2 dogs, 2 cats, 2 ducks, about a half a dozen chickens, and of course about 20 odd head of sheep, usually 1 cow a year, and that was
goats.
No, we never actually had goats. Honestly, we never had goats.
I saw the newest Foundation episode.
What do you think?
I wasn't sure about the ending.
Well, don't spoil it for people.
Discovered.
Good run, guys. See ya.
All right, have a good one, Steven.
I couldn't tell if it was part technology or part her mind.
Well, don't spoil it for
Snapping
people, Kermit,
finally.
because people haven't seen it. So don't spoil
No,
it.
I'm trying to avoid it.
Right.
So you don't. Okay.
You can tell I'm trying to avoid spoilers
Right.
for once.
So you
There's
don't
a
think
first time for everything.
Well, first time that Joseph has ever gone for a morning without getting goat milk on his face.
so you don't think your dad just say yes, great dinner, and just gave you the dog, gave you dog food?
No, you know, I think that he genuinely just liked bland food. I do.
My dad's an engineer.
So was mine, actually. He was an electrical engineer. Spent
My
most of
dad
his time
worked
working
for GE for a number of years.
Yeah, my dad worked for Chevron, well, Standard Oil, and then they got absorbed by Chevron eventually. But yeah, it was.
My dad worked in the
That's what he
R&D department. He has several patents.
But you know, Cinnabon
He
eats
even
bunnies.
got to hang out in the Indian R&D department.
Okay.
And the German, I think it was.
So how are the bunnies doing, Cinnabon?
They're doing good. Pretty good tonight. Two of them are always doing good. It's just the one that's always having trouble. But
Yeah.
she had a pretty bad seizure earlier today, but other than that,
You,
she's doing better.
you know, another two things I like, without spoiling it, was how she figured out where she was. With
Yeah,
what little information
cool
she
scene.
had.
But you see, don't talk about it now.
You can tell I'm being careful.
Yeah, but now people know she figured out where she was.
I have no idea what you're even talking about.
I know.
Am I not being vague enough? Am I?
Oh boy.
I'm trying to be vague, you know that.
Yeah. And no, Thomas, my dad wasn't a hippie. My mom ran away to California to join the hippies and failed.
How do you feel being a hippie?
How do you feel being a hippie?
Well, my mom
showered too much.
It's funny because okay, so my remember I told you my mom was New York Irish, right? So my mom's family was like every kind of Irish stereotype. So my grandparents came over on the boat during the potato famine, and then when they settled into Yonkers, which at the time was an Irish ghetto, and they had 3 kids. The eldest, a daughter, became a nun, so Irish Catholic nun. And then the middle child was a son, became a police officer, Irish Catholic cop in New York City. And so my mom, she didn't want any part of it, so she decided to run away from it all, and she went to California to join the hippie movement. But and so she moved to San Francisco and wanted to become a hippie, and then she met my dad, who had just gotten out of the Navy and was looking for a job to and became a radio repair guy, and they started dating, and next thing you know, they get married, and so she failed at being a hippie.
That sounds horrible for her,
Well,
in a way.
Well, it might have been horrible, but if she didn't do that, I wouldn't be here.
One other thing I was gonna say is I like how the storylines are combined.
Well, they're doing a good job of that so far.
You just need to watch Up the Long Ladder from TNG, and then you will understand.
And another thing I didn't understand is when the religion started doing what they did, why didn't the government step in? I mean, the empire.
You know what? There's one TV show you got to
With all the knowledge.
I think Kermit's like on a different plane of existence as the rest of us right now.
Talking about the foundation.
I know, but you're the only one talking about foundation right now.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm trying to talk to you about it without.
I know,
spoiling.
but just I think the problem is that not most of the people here
All right.
haven't seen it, so they don't know what you're. They're,
Yeah, exactly. Have anybody seen C?
Oh, and I think we lost Kerm. Or no, who'd we lose? We lost somebody.
Yeah. Anybody see C or Jason Momoa series on C?
Oh, see, I watched a little bit of the first episode, and honestly, it didn't grab me.
You need to keep watching it. It's good.
I've heard it's good. It's just kind of weird to me. It's like, okay, everybody's blind. Okay.
Yeah. Some nuclear thing, and he made her eyes blind.
But to me, the best thing Jason Momoa's ever done is that Super Bowl commercial where he rips his arms off.
Oh yeah.
By the way, we lost Daniel.
Oh, it's Daniel we lost. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't keep track.
You gotta watch it. Yeah, he's good. You gotta watch the fighting scene. He can kick ass. I mean,
it's Jason Momoa.
Yeah, I know, but it is so freaking awesome. It's just only thing. It's like post-apocalypse.
You just made me think. So Jason Momoa is Aquaman.
You're right.
And Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, of course, is Black Adam.
Yeah.
I want to see that matchup.
Oh God, that would be awesome. You know what?
And they both were on Baywatch.
Were they really?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Salty, by the way, for
no, can't Baywatch.
for talking about Foundation.
No, it's all good, man. We're just hanging out. It's good.
You know, it was
just a topic without any crossover with anyone on the panel. You know.
Yeah, that's the only problem.
I
Is that nobody had anything to say about it.
Yeah, I had. You know, I have many things to say about it, but I'm trying not to spoil it. For once, I'm listening to you and trying not to spoil something.
I understand. Yeah, we just got to stick to things we can all talk about.
Yeah.
Rock was in the movie that came out like a few years ago, and Jason Momoa, it was his breakout role in the TV show.
Oh, okay. So they were both on Baywatch, but different iterations.
Different iterations, yeah.
Well, this C right here had Dave Bautista in it, and they go at it real good, and it is great.
Now we're getting really close to Dune, aren't we?
Yeah, that's next week.
I saw Dune.
No, the new
one.
one.
That it's already out on HBO.
Is it?
Are you serious?
Somebody mentioned it yesterday. I'm not sure.
I thought it was
I'm gonna have to
kind
watch
of
that
boring,
tomorrow.
to be honest. But that's me.
Well, you're wrong then, Kermit. I'm just kidding. I'm just messing.
I said that's just me, though.
I thought it was come on October 22nd.
Most of it takes place on not Tatooine.
In 3 days. Yeah.
Well, it was released in other countries earlier, but yeah, it comes out in the U.S. on Friday, I think.
Okay.
Most of it took place on not Tatooine.
It's Arrakis.
Okay.
Yeah, Tatooine was largely based on Arrakis.
It's not called It's not Tatooine.
That's the one with the
No, Tatooine is not Arrakis. Dune came. Just so you know, Kermit, Dune came first.
Yes, I know that.
And,
Wait, there were other things before Star Wars?
Yes, amazing.
How is that possible?
Oh boy.
What I'm rather thinking
I'm
about...
teasing. Relax, Chef.
Imagine a fight between Batman and Black Adam.
Oh, Batman dies in 2 seconds.
and I mean the Robert Pattinson Batman.
I can interrupt. There is a animated series. He did fight Black Adam, and he just outsmarted him.
Yeah, but that's because that's just writing. I mean, they always do that where it's like, oh, Batman came up with an ingenious plan to deflect his power, blah blah. But let's be real. Batman faces off with Black Adam, and like especially like if you saw that the teaser of Black Adam, Black Adam looks at him, goes over, grabs his throat, crushes him, game over.
Yeah, true.
That's
by the way,
it.
I think the same would happen with Batman v Superman.
Well, except
well,
Superman
like-
wouldn't necessarily just straight up kill Batman. That's the difference.
Yeah,
Black
I
Adam
understand,
would.
but-
Black Adam would straight up murder him.
But with the sheer set of powers, you know, and skills.
The only thing I liked about Batman versus Superman was when Bruce went in there in the beginning. That was an epic scene.
I actually like that movie overall. I just
we gotta remember.
No, but you know what I mean when he crossed the bay and they allowed him to go to the Wayne Company.
You gotta remember, Batman trying to find is not going to outsmart you. You're going to find your weakness for you. You're going to do something that throws you off.
Right.
He's
in-
good, but he can't do it instantly.
Right, but it's like Batman v Superman. I can buy that because Superman's not a straight up murder machine, right? So in Batman v Superman, Batman can take his time to figure out how do I fight Superman.
Exactly.
Right. So that's why the whole movie is Batman plotting to kill Superman.
Murder.
Right. Batman v Black Adam. Black Adam's like, oh, Batman. Oh, okay. What's next?
But the problem is, Batman's not going to just stand there and have a trying to grab him. He's going to do something to throw him off. He throw him off. I give you a great example. There's a cartoon right now. They did Injustice, the game, into a cartoon series right now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and there's one scene that Superman is talking to Mr. Terrific, and they start playing chess. Now, normally everybody thinks that Superman is going to beat Mr. Terrific in chess, and when he did what he did, he threw him off. And, everything go. I mean, he was hitting point, checkmate. It was going back and forth.
Batman has fought everyone and everything.
Hold on, Kermit. Hold on.
Hasn't
Chief,
he in the
Kermit. Hold on. Chief's talking.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
And what he did was he threw him off because this y'all remember Injustice that Joker killed Lois, and the premise I did was the Superman wanted to get everybody together and take stop all the guns and all guns. So Terrific was in the watchtower, and he wanted to control and everything. And he said, "Look, I want to take all the guns." And like all conservative people, he said, "No, this is a bad idea." So Superman started walking over to the table and see the chess thing, and he sat down, and started playing chess. So he started going back and forth, how he can get, Superman trying to convince him, look, we got the power, we got the manpower to do this, we can end all guns throughout the whole world. So boom, you start seeing check, move, checkmate, like back and forth. And he said something to him, and Superman threw up, and he beat him. And Superman just looked at him. And you see the queen after his king fell down, and it was checked. And you weren't surprised. The most powerful being in the world, smart being in the world, everything, just got beaten by an average guy. That's the same thing what Batman gonna do. He gonna do something to outsmart you. I mean, you should have seen his face. He just got beaten.
Right, but the thing is that that's all fine and dandy. That Batman's a smart guy. Nobody's denying that. But it doesn't matter if you can move at the speed of light and then crush your throat. I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter. Because what matters is that Superman's ethics is the only reason that Superman, and that's the whole point of Injustice, is that Superman's ethics take a turn for the worse because of what Joker does, and Superman becomes a dictator, right? And so, but normally, because the only reason Superman doesn't take over the world is because he's an ethical guy.
Where he lost everything and he just snapped.
Right. But if a character like Black Adam, who has no qualms about straight up killing you, so in Batman v Black Adam wins in 0.01 nanoseconds because he's not going to sit there and wait for you to outthink him. He's just going to run up and crush your throat.
Yeah, but like I said, I just don't see. We all know Batman have been fighting people bigger and stronger and powerful than he is.
Right.
And some way or form, he's going to try to outsmart him because he knows I cannot beat you at a 1-on-1.
Right, but you can't outthink someone who can kill you before you can make a move.
I agree with Salty.
That's the problem. And this is where DC's biggest flaw is with their writing. And this is one of the big problems I have with DC in general is they make their characters, both good and bad, way too powerful. Because anybody who's got super speed in the DC universe is like Flash, completely omnipotent. Flash can beat anybody instantly.
Well,
hasn't answer me this? Hasn't
about Batman? I think. Oh, I can't remember that damn cartoon, but he did had a contingency plan just in case something like this would happen.
Right. But those plans are complete BS because Flash can beat anybody. Flash can literally change the laws of physics. Flash can run through Flash can run through time, can change reality, and can hit Superman so hard that he could explode his face if he wanted to.
Yeah, but he did manage to outsmart him. That's the thing,
right? Because once again we get back to he doesn't have the balls to actually do it.
That's all of them.
Neither of them do, probably.
But if it came down to it, like if we were like trying to do a death battle between various characters in the DC universe, Flash wins. Period.
I'm sure they've done it all the death battles they could.
What I'm trying to say is
over the years.
What I'm trying to say is Batman had a strategic plan, just in case if some superheroes
they don't work. They don't work. They don't work.
Hold on, let him talk.
Is what Salty's saying.
Yeah, Kermit, let him talk though.
He created a plan just in case some superhero might go rogue or go bad or somebody get mind control. You had to back up how can you stop so and so. So that's what he did, including himself. So he managed to done that. So it's a safeguard system.
Right.
So he does it if he had if he planned it well, executed it well, and do it. He can do that, and that's what.
Right.
And
I've seen that anime and all that, and I know that they're they're also all dependent on massive convenience and coincidence. Yeah. Oh, look, hey, as long as he predicts the behavior of people to 17 levels and all that, and which is ridiculous. You can't do that. Because, yes, Batman is intelligent, but that doesn't mean I can predict exactly how you're going to react to me doing X, Y, and Z, and then know that you're going to
do something different.
Yeah, but that's what his contingency plans are all based on. And so that way he can trap you into whatever scenario he wants to trap you into so that he can manage to counter your powers perfectly every time. But Flash can instantaneously, and I do mean instantaneously, beat everybody on planet Earth right now. Like if all the DC heroes existed right now, Flash could literally, at the snap of a finger, beat everybody.
Salty, haven't they done fights and deaths with like everyone in the DC and Marvel comic universe?
Yeah, but unfortunately the winners are usually picked by popular vote. Which means
that's fair.
No, it's not fair. It's stupid because popular vote means that it has nothing to do with who would actually win. It's just based on who's more popular. And so, of course, Superman wins, even though
every time.
Well, because if you're going to put up, say, Superman versus Thor, right? Who's the more popular character? Superman. Even though Thor would absolutely wipe Superman out. And if you go logically,
without the hammer,
huh?
Without the hammer?
What do you mean without the hammer? Why would you say without the hammer? The hammer is a part of Thor.
Straight out fight with no hammer.
Why are you suddenly handicapping Thor?
Well, he got something that he used, so of course.
When does Thor fight without his hammer? And in fact, in most iterations of Thor, if he doesn't have the hammer, he's literally not Thor.
Well, exactly. I mean, I'm just saying, no. He needs the hammer. But if you take away the hammer, he's just a brawler.
No, I mean, like, he literally is not Thor. And in most, like, he would, like, there's Thor's alter ego for a long time was a guy named Donald Blake. Yeah, and if he didn't have the hammer for more than a minute, then he would no longer be Thor. He would turn back into Donald Blake. Kind of like Shazam.
What are you talking about? I agree with that.
Right.
But...
So no, he would have to have the hammer, and that's a part of his character. And no, and here's the problem, Samson, is I know a lot of people, well, wait a minute, Superman's stronger than Thor. Yes, he is. But guess what? Superman also has vulnerabilities, and one of those vulnerabilities is magic. And Mjolnir and Thor's lightning are magical.
Yeah.
And so, Superman would be completely vulnerable to Thor's lightning and to the hammer.
But take away the hammer, he just a brawler.
No, you take away the hammer and he's still got lightning. Is he the god of hammers?
No, but
okay, so he's still vulnerable to the lightning.
So,
without the hammer, you cannot bring on the thunder.
He absolutely can. He has full weather control without the hammer.
But with a pin, what kind of story?
Could he destroy a planet with his weather powers?
Depends on who's riding him.
Exactly.
Has he?
It depends on who's riding him. Yes.
Remember,
did you ever see Robot?
I mean, in the movie Thor.
Did you ever see Robot Chicken, where they made fun of Superman working at the Daily Prophet? Whatever.
I've seen a few Robot Chickens, but we're not talking about Robot Chicken right now.
No. It's all right.
I was
gonna say something
in one movie.
I was gonna say something funny, but I couldn't wait.
And Joseph, I agree. What Chief Cook was saying is like saying that Batman should have to fight as Bruce Wayne. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to say, oh, well, take away the hammer.
Well, I'm saying that and like I said, it depends who's Thor, because like one movie, you need the hammer, then you lost the hammer, you can do it. No, because so I agree with that. No, that part. No.
What about Thor versus Wonder Woman?
That would be actually an interesting fight.
Actually,
that's an R-rated movie, and I would watch that. Yeah.
There's a comic book. There's a comic book of that.
Yeah, but again, the problem is the comic book versions of those various fights are not based on who would actually win, and that's the problem. We never get a definitive winner, or we get completely bogus winners. Like there's one, and I have it somewhere in my collection, and it's so hilariously bad, where so I do like sometimes the sense of humor in the writing, because like Spider-Man swinging through downtown New York, and he sees Wonder Woman fighting a bunch of people. He goes, "Oh, look, it's Wonder Woman. Funny, I haven't seen her around. Oh well, whatever." And and just
seen that, yeah.
But there's hold on, Kermit. So there's a scene in this comic where the Hulk is rampaging, right? And Batman is squaring off with the Hulk. Batman is squaring off with the Hulk. Okay.
Yeah.
Batman. That doesn't seem
hold on. Okay, just relax, Kermit. All right. So what
I'm going to say it.
Just let me finish, please. So what Batman does is he throws down a gas pellet to knock out the Hulk, but the Hulk holds his breath, and Batman's like, "Oh no, what am I going to do? The Hulk probably has giant Hulk-sized lungs, and I don't know how long he can hold his breath, and the gas will probably dissipate. I know. And so then Batman kicks the Hulk in the gut, and it forces the Hulk to exhale, so he has to take another breath, and then it knocks him out. So Batman wins.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
All right.
That's actually complete bullshit.
Yes, I know, Kermit. That's the point. Is that there is no way that any, now we're talking comic book Hulk, not even MCU Hulk, right? Because MCU Hulk is way less powerful than comic book Hulk. But comic book Hulk, there is, you could take a wrecking ball to Hulk's stomach and it would not force him to exhale.
Right.
And Thor versus Robin, now there's a good fight. Poor
now you talking about Wonder Woman. Okay, this is what happened in that version. It was a Marvel crossover. They came together. First they prayed, then they got up and they started fighting. And so what happened? Wonder Woman actually grabbed the hammer, and she grabbed the hammer and picks it up. And we all know the story whereas Thor hammer is worthy, and took the hammer and he knocked the crap out of him, and that's how she won.
Well, I do think Wonder Woman would be worthy of the hammer, but as far as Wonder Woman versus Thor, I think it would be an interesting fight.
It was a draw. It was about to be a draw because they really going at each other, and it just so happened the hammer knocked out his hand, and she just hadn't picked it up.
Right.
And
I'm not 100% sure though that, I mean, I don't know that she could deflect a blow from that hammer. And so that's
she might be able to dampen the blow,
and it did hurt a little bit.
Well, I think it would hurt her a little more than a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it was like
isn't it possible she could dampen the blow?
He would throw the hammer at her,
but not completely stop it.
And the hammer would come back. It was not like he swing every time you swing, she would duck, left, right, like that.
Yeah, because if the hammer ever hit her,
yeah, I mean, like it's one great hit, and he knocked her down. I mean, he hit her. He hit way over, like a mile, like that thing. He jumps in the mile. He jump on like a mile, that kind of thing. So, but he was still always. He hit the hammer and hammer.
I vaguely remember that fight, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't. Thor versus Whale Probe. I would. It depends. Which Thor you're talking about, but assuming the Whale Probe dampening field doesn't work on Thor's lightning powers, then I would give it to Thor.
They also did a Thor versus Shazam, and that was
That would be an epic fight right there, because Shazam doesn't have Superman's weakness, but Shazam also is not quite as powerful as Superman, and so which is actually kind of interesting. So Shazam, a lot of people don't realize, he's
a kid.
Yeah, well, it's not that. He's not as powerful as Superman, but he also doesn't have any weaknesses. Except for the fact that he's vulnerable when he's Billy.
Right. And that,
yes.
Actually, what happened? Actually, Thor won because he used the lightning and hit him. And we all know when he used the lightning, he turned back to the down.
So what? Thor's lightning turned him back to Billy?
Yep.
See, that seems a little sketchy to me.
Yep. That's how you did. That's how you beat him.
Thor versus Jean's Vision. Wow, Cinnabon. Wow, that's messed up.
Yeah.
I think that's just wrong.
They both was fighting. Everything going great. Boom, boom, boom. Everything great. And he just enough of this. He said, he took the hammer straight up and the hammer went up. The light went up. The light came back down. Hit him, and boom. He just sit there and kid like, oh shit. And that's what he said. Oh shit! And he said, "You're a kid. You're a kid." Yep. And that's how
now, what about Yosef versus Goat Milk?
There's not enough middle fingers in this world.
Well, I mean, what happens if the Goat Milk wins, and what happens if Yosef wins? We don't know the winning conditions.
Well, that's true.
Oh man, why? Why am I dealing with you?
And they also had a version of the greatest battle of all, Superman versus the Hulk.
You see, Superman versus Hulk, I think, is kind of. I don't even know that that's even a fair fight, because Hulk only has a very basic power set. While Hulk is technically stronger than Superman,
Can't he technically get strong? Isn't there no limit to his strength, technically?
Well, you could argue that Superman has no limit either, but I would, and I actually, it's funny because the DC the DC and Marvel guys agreed. Hold on, the DC and Marvel guys agreed on this. Is that Hulk is stronger than Superman, but with Superman's power set, Hulk loses every time. Because Superman has heat vision, cold breath, and can fly. And so, which means that Superman can hit Hulk from a distance. Hulk can't do a thing from a distance.
Yeah. Well, this is how he beat Superman. I mean, this is how Superman beat him. You know, he's going back and forth. You know, they turn up the whole damn city. Hulk actually hit him so hard that he landed in space, and we're like, "Oh, Superman, do we go to the moon? I mean, go to the sun? Regenerate, comes back, and he's twice as strong, and he just stood there, and Hulk just beat and hit him left and right, and he gets tired, and he passed out.
That's silly.
And that was it. I mean, he just stood there, didn't move a muscle. And Hulk just give him left, right, and he just get tired, and he just fainted. And he turned back to Banner. And that was it. And that's how that's how Superman beat him.
I want to see, I would like to see a proper Marvel versus, I think it would be kind of fun to have like an actual, like, to be able to have two people who know the characters, and like one person brings out any character, and then another person has to bring out a character to counter that character, and then they fight, and then they go, and then the person has to counter that character, and they keep going and see who ends up winning the universe.
Well, actually,
but the problem with it is that you have to be fair and accurate, and we got to leave the cosmic level beings out of it, because once you start getting into, well, I'm going to bring in eternity, and then it's like, well, okay, whose omnipotent being is more omnipotent?
Well, there is a YouTube video of actually Hulk vs Superman, and they use all Superman from the Marvel.
I've seen some of that. That's pretty. They did a good job of the people that did the CG redo of some of the Superman footage.
Yeah, they had Christopher Reeve, and they had Luke Ferrigno Hulk.
Yeah, Thomas is asking Thanos versus Darkseid. No Infinity Stones. Darkseid hands down. And I'm a Marvel boy. I'm a Marvel fanboy. You know that. But yeah, first of all, Thanos was a direct ripoff of Darkseid. Let's be clear. Marvel has done it on multiple occasions where they rip off DC properties and improve upon them. Thanos is one of them.
AKA Hyperion is like Superman.
Well, and Deadpool is Deadshot. Wade Wilson, Slade Wilson. I love that. It's like they're the same character. Yeah. The funny thing is, Deadpool originally in New Mutants '98 was a serious character. He didn't become silly until later. But Marvel has done it several times where they've taken and ripped off DC characters. But Darkseid has godlike powers. Thanos does not. And so Thanos now Thanos craves godlike power, but he doesn't have them. He's very powerful. Like Thanos is definitely a heavy hitter without Infinity Stones, but he's not a cosmic being like Darkseid is.
All right.
And so, but Darkseid is actually like the ruler of his own dimension, when he's not.
Apocalypse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's no contest.
What's that beam? What's that beam? It comes out that beam or mega beams? Yeah.
The Omega beams, yeah. But that's like, that would be like, hey, let's do Superman versus Captain America. It's just like, it's not fair.
No. And they did actually have Captain America versus Batman,
which is another one that's like not fair. Captain America versus Batman is a completely unfair fight. Captain America wins 100% of the time. I know people love Batman, but if you want a fair fight, you go Batman versus Wolverine.
Oh, come on. Are you serious?
That's a more fair fight.
Batman versus
Wolverine would just keep healing. That's not really fair.
Yeah.
Wolverine does have a healing power. Well, it depends on which version of Wolverine. I'm thinking classic Wolverine from like the 70s, not Wolverine later on where he can like heal from a single cell.
Dude, they done that, and Wolverine kicked his ass one time.
Right. Well, no, I'm saying, well, first of all, remember, these are popularity contests, not actual measures of powers. But if you look, first of all, Batman, Bruce Wayne spent his life training to try and become as, close to human perfection. Steve Rogers is human perfection.
I'm talking about Wolverine. I'm talking about Wolverine.
Right, I know, but I'm just saying, that's why it's not fair. All right, Steve Rogers is human perfection.
Right.
He is better than Batman can ever be. And so that's not a fair fight.
Wait a minute. If it's a straight out fight with no sword, no nothing, I can say maybe a Captain America without the sword and anything like that because of the serum and everything, the purple serum. Now, if Batman was going to try to outbeat him, or like I said, you would try to outsmart him in some kind of way.
But you don't get to have if you're going to say, well, Batman doesn't get to prep.
Wouldn't a more fair fight be like Batman versus Hawkeye?
Batman versus Hawkeye would be an interesting one, but then you get to from a distance, Hawkeye wins. Up close, Batman wins.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's like Batman versus Green Arrow. But, come on.
Yeah. Hawkeye versus Green Arrow, but Green Arrow wins that one probably. But that would be a more fair fight.
But I think that there's no way Batman can beat Wolverine. I think one thing about Wolverine, he's pure savage, and pure savage. He's out of control, and you can't stop someone who's got that animal instinct in him. And just he goes buck wild, because someone that crazy who go against a Hulk and damn well Hulk can probably rip your legs out. It's insane.
Now I do think Batman versus because Thomas says Batman versus Iron Man. The interesting thing about Batman versus Iron Man is that if you gave them both prep time,
right,
that would be a fair fight.
Right.
Because look at Batman v Superman, right? Batman would do something like that, his Superman Buster armor.
Right.
And so, granted, I think that Iron Man has the edge in that he's got, chances are Batman's not going to have a flying suit. And
that's bed armor. You got more bed armor.
Right, but I'm saying he's not going to have flying armor.
Yeah.
And Iron Man will.
But you're gonna do some kind of strategic plan, try to get a virus.
He's gonna probably try to come up with something that will shut down his electronics, that will do something to counter his stuff. But
or just make him so mad that you'll make Tony get out of the suit and just like, you pussy, you're in that damn bar.
I don't know that. But you see, I don't know that they know each other well enough to get psychological warfare going. Because
Batman's going to do it. He's done it before. I'm just saying he's going.
I don't think that would work on Tony Stark anyway. I don't think that insulting Tony Stark is going to work.
Oh, sure. Okay, I can agree. I can agree. Example. Okay, Tony, you're a billionaire. You're rich. You're spoiled. You're alcoholic. No, you ain't up on that. That's what did Captain America said in the last movie?
And every single thing he says, Tony's going to say, "Yeah, right back at you."
Yeah. But
I mean, they're the same character.
But he gonna hit some point like, no, your mom did it, no, your dad, no, you just reach out your dad, stuff like that, and probably something like that. But no, you're gonna snap. You're gonna say something.
And Tony's going to say something like, "What is it with Martha anyway?"
Okay, yeah.
Tony's gonna.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
He's gonna have something like that right back at him.
Yeah.
And actually, because honestly, Bruce has got much deeper mommy and daddy issues than Tony.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So if they go psychological, Bruce loses.
Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah. Yeah.
So because Tony has got his sense of humor defense that he's been using, Bruce does not. Right, Bruce takes everything very seriously, and look at how much. I mean, all that happened was Superman said, "Got to save Martha," and that set him off.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't think that that's a good path for him.
But straight out, armor versus armor. Like Bat Armor versus
yes, Thomas, they're doppelgangers.
Indeed.
So I think he'll say he'll throw some Martha jokes at him. He'll say, "Hey, you know what? My overgrown Boy Scout's still alive after our first mission." So.
Yeah, but still, you don't think like you get the Bat Armor and you sit there, armored versus armor, you might come up with something. I'm not trying to be a Batman fan, but still, you think you might have something on his sleeve.
You see, I think Bruce is going to have a serious problem because this is the funny thing about DC. That Marvel would have, and this is why Marvel would win a lot of these fights. Because, and have a good one, Donnie. I'm going to wrap up in just a second here anyway. But why Marvel's going to win a lot of these fights. Think about this. The Iron Man suit, just what we've seen on screen, right? Forgetting about the dozens of Iron Man suits that we've seen in comics. Just in its first outing, the Mark, what was the first one that he actually went on a mission? Was it the Mark III?
Mark 1.
No, not the Mark 1. That was just the escape suit. I'm seeing the first one he went on a mission.
Oh, Mark 3.
Okay. So the Mark 3, how many people did he kill?
Oh God.
A lot.
Right. How many people did Batman kill with the bat suit?
Probably none.
None. Zero.
None. Okay.
All right. Batman is not an expert at building lethal tech. Even though, yes, he has some guns, like he built he put those Gatling guns to shoot at Superman and stuff like that. But Batman is, and I know people, he killed people in car crashes and stuff. Batman is not a straight up murder man, right? That's not his thing.
Not gonna train to kill. He's not trained.
Right. But Tony's suits are lethal weapons, and Tony has been building lethal weapons his entire life.
Right.
Hasn't his father been doing that before him?
Yeah, the Stark Industries has been a weapons manufacturer.
Well,
is Stark after he shuts down the weapons division? Does Stark Industries still? Is Stark Industries still a thing then? What do they do?
Well, remember, he was talking to that reporter about things like IntelliCrops and stuff like that. So there are other things that Stark Industries does. But the biggest thing that they did was weapons.
He has a military contract with the Pentagon.
Right.
So was the military not going to try to rescue him, do you think?
Of course, they're going to rescue him.
Well, I mean, they did. They were out there. Remember after he escaped in the Mark 1, then Rhodey was out there looking for him.
Yeah, exactly.
But was it official or was he with other? I don't remember.
He was an Air Force colonel. They were looking for him.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah. And good old gamer. I know Batman. Well, Batman '89 back in action, by the way. Yes, he killed a few people as well, but not nearly the kind of things that Iron Man did.
Right.
And that the point is not. It's not to say that Batman is a virgin to killing. The point is that Batman, if you take all the kills of all the iterations of Batman combined and just compare it to the MCU version of Iron Man has killed a whole lot more people. And his suits are a whole lot more lethal.
Number one rule that Batman always says, no guns.
Right. Batman tries not to intentionally kill. His weapons are designed to maim and basically they're torture devices.
Yeah, reflect or hit somebody.
And so, but they're not. Yeah, he doesn't carry guns and stuff like that for the most part. His batarangs, yes, you can hurt somebody pretty bad with a batarang, but generally speaking, you're not going to kill somebody with it unless you happen to throw one and it hits somebody in the eye just right. You know.
Kills is absolutely 1,000% necessary. Someone is pure evil.
But even then, Batman doesn't generally intentionally kill people, and so the point of all that though is that Batman is not going to build a suit with Gatling guns built into the arms, right? Iron Man is going to build a suit with rocket launchers in the shoulders, missile launchers in the arms, repulsor cannons in the hands and feet. He is going to be armed to the teeth with lethal weapons.
I give a great example. Batman Beyond. He was in the.
I thought you were going to talk about something good.
Oh yeah, okay. But in the suit, everything went down. He was.
He's talking about Batman Beyond.
Came up and the suit malfunctioned, and he hit one guy, and the guy had a gun, and he picked up the gun for the first time in his life and pointed at the guy. No, I'm sorry, he was having a heart attack. That's right, he was having a heart attack, and when he did, he reached out with the gun, and he's on the floor, and he pointed at the guy. The guy had a crowbar, and his hand was taken through the whole time. That's the only time, when technology not used technology to kill someone. So Bruce was, even though he wanted to, that gun or all things he voided all these years. Hold his hand.
That was random.
Yeah, and the first thing he said, the last thing he said was never again, and he never wear a suit again. Someone's asleep. But so Tracker is absolutely right. That suit, that armor is more deadly. You get through Tony Stark.
Right. And Joseph, I know Batman versus Cap seems like it would be a fair fight, but Cap, like I said, is Batman tries to be, he trains to be as close to human perfection as he can, but Cap is human perfection. And so it's, the problem is Batman is just there. It's really hard to find someone who is at that perfect same level. That's not deadly. And like, for example, I could think of characters like the Punisher. But the problem is Punisher would kill Batman, right? Batman wouldn't kill Punisher. So, and you know what? Punisher wouldn't be stupid. He would shoot Batman in the face.
Right.
So you have, so most of the characters that you have that would be a fair analogy are either deadly or overpowered.
Right.
As opposed, but Batman and most normies, wouldn't be fair.
What is that?
I have no idea. I think it might be Yosef with his sheep cheese.
No, the stream's been going so long. I ordered breakfast.
Oh yeah. What do you got?
Got some steak and eggs.
Nice.
McDonald's or something?
Yeah, I do think you need another gadget guy, but the problem is, it's like I'm trying to think of a Marvel gadget guy.
Moonlight.
That's at the same level as Batman, and not a killer.
They say Moonlight. I keep hearing it's Moonlight character.
Moon Knight.
Yeah, Moonlight. Whatever the guy name.
Moon Knight. I don't know enough about Moon Knight to really do. I know Moon Knight has superpowers, and Moon Knight's powers vary depending on what the phase of the moon is. It's kind of weird.
Yeah. Okay. But that's what I heard. I heard that's what he said.
I don't know. I'm more into actual. See, most of the comics that I like are people that have superpowers. I don't really care about the gadget guys as much. So I don't know. Anyway, but I'm going to wrap it up because it is really freaking late, and I've run much longer than the pub usually does. So yeah, suck on that, Matthew.
So wait, before you go, are you doing a extra episode of TOS before the movie this week?
Yes.
Which episode connects to this one?
Well, what do you think?
I don't know.
It's Search for Spock, so Spock's brain, yeah.
That's
Which is
like,
it's funny because Spock's brain is the exact opposite of Search for Spock. In Search for Spock, they have Spock's brain but need his body. In Spock's brain, they have Spock's body but need his brain.
Wait. Okay. Spock's brain and Search for Spock. Okay. It's Kocher who is in McCoy.
Right, so they have Spock's brain in McCoy, but they don't have his body because it's on Genesis. In Spock's brain, they have Spock's body, but his brain's been removed.
Okay.
They're the opposite.
Yeah, but he just transferred his knowledge or something like that, but not his brain. Maybe something.
Well, writers took a little bit of creative license.
Yeah. And Chief Cook, if you want to break Professor Brainy Specs mentioned that to him, that basically Search for Spock is Spock's brain in reverse. That is something that is driving him completely crazy. Yeah.
Yep. Now I'm curious. What would be the episode that connects to 4, 5, or 6?
All right. So Star Trek 4. We will be watching Tomorrow is Yesterday, which is the first use of the slingshot effect.
Oh, okay.
Is that the one where they go back to the military base?
Yes.
Yeah. I remember that.
And so that makes sense because that's the same slingshot effect that they use in Voyage Home. For Star Trek 5, that's going to be a very special night. Because for Star Trek 5, we're not watching one, but 2 short features, because we will be watching The Way to Eden, which, of course, is the search for Eden, literally the plot of The Final Frontier, is the search for Eden, as well as The Magic of Negus 2, which is finding the devil at the center of the galaxy from the animated series.
Yeah.
So both of those are the plot for Star Trek 5.
Oh, wow.
And so we will be watching both of those before Star Trek 5. And then for Star Trek 6, I'm trying to remember. I don't think we're completely decided. We were thinking about Errand of Mercy or possibly Day of the Dove. But we're going to, because, with Day of the Dove seems like an appropriate one because it's Kirk and Kang working together.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
You know, Errand of Mercy kind of seems like a good one because it's the first episode to feature the Klingons. So, I'm a little undecided on that.
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
It'll be one of those two, but I'm not sure which yet.
Okay.
I don't remember Errand of Mercy.
That's the one with the Organians.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And that is the first appearance of the Klingons. And so either one would be really good. I feel cruel to do both just because that would be 2 full hours before the movie.
Yeah.
And Matthew's been very gracious to let us do this every single week, and especially putting in an extra week for Halloween, which of course Halloween, I neglected to mention, because after Star Trek 3 and before Star Trek 4, we have Halloween night. And so for Halloween, we will of course be watching Cat's Paw, and that will be followed by The Happening.
Okay, I remember that. And that's the one with the Jack Ripper. The Jack Ripper.
No,
thing?
Cat's Paw is the one where the super alien chickens use the power of illusion to create Trick or Treat.
What?
I remember that.
You don't remember the super alien chickens? They look like Cthulhu had sex with a chicken to create chickens. You only see them for a second at the very end of the episode. But that's really what they look like. They look like chickens. They look like half chicken, half Cthulhu.
Okay, I think. Okay.
Just remember the giant cat.
Yeah, they kind of look like something that you would find on Yosef's village there.
And that's the episode where they fries and ice or something, and over
over the candle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Thomas, I'm leaning towards Day of the Dove just because I think the story parallels Star Trek 6 better. But and Kang is my absolute favorite Klingon.
I hate what he did with Kang and DS9. It was just ridiculous.
By the way, I gotta say, so my wife and I have been watching Buck Rogers, and the actor that plays Kang, Michael and Sarah, he is in Buck Rogers a lot, because he is Princess Ardala's assistant, Kane.
Yeah.
Which I think is kind of funny. But also, I got to the episode that Mercer Create mentioned, and he was a little confused because he thought that Mark Leonard played Hawk. Mark Leonard did not play Hawk, but he does play
Ambassador.
Well, here's the funny thing.
Yep.
He plays an alien ambassador. Wait for this.
I know it.
Infatuated with a human. Wait for this.
Yep.
In an episode called Journey to Oasis.
Yep.
Oh my god.
And went at the rest, and he could able to take off his head from his body.
Well, there's that, but I'm just saying it's Sarek. He's just playing Sarek.
Yeah.
The only difference is instead of pointed ears, he can take his head off.
Yeah.
Person must have wrote that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the great scene where he walking and he meets this little troll guy who's making havoc and everything, and you got these cavemen following him everywhere, and make a long story short, and he get angry and he just took his head off straight out.
So
what's that movie? What's that? Stephen Hollow, and he just stood there. Stop right there, and Corinne Darrow just looked at her and she's like, "You could take your head off." Like she was just totally shocked.
Now I have to say this about The Happening. If you've seen The Happening, it has a reputation for being one of M. Night Shyamalan's worst films.
Oh God!
Have you guys seen it?
I've seen it.
No, I've never been a fan of any of M. Night Shyamalan movies.
This is the bottom of the barrel, the bottom of the Shyamalan barrel.
It's bottom.
It is. I mean, what's his name? What's the name of the guy that's the star? I always forget. No, No, that guy.
Mark Wahlberg.
Mark Wahlberg. Yeah.
Yeah.
That, by the way, that meme, that what? No, that's from this movie.
Yeah.
Just so you know, if you've ever seen that meme, that's from this movie.
Yeah.
So here's the thing: the movie, the twist, you know, what is the happening? What's causing it? Is like ridiculously stupid. I mean, like stupid on a level that is just way, way dumber than anything you could possibly imagine. They reveal it like midway through the film, and you're like, "That's too dumb. It could not possibly
Is it
be
dumber
true."
than pulling a squid out of somebody?
Yes. I wish it really is. It's so dumb that the guy that comes up with it, that tells you the what he thinks, like, the guy that is like, they meet this guy who's crazy. Like, you know how movies sometimes have a character that's clearly
On
crazy.
a train. I was on a train, right? It was on a train or a truck. I never started coming.
Well, no, there's the hot dog guy. There's this guy. He's like, "Hey guys, you want a hot dog? You know, hot dogs get a bad rap. You know, hot dogs are really good." I mean, that's actually this guy's character. I'm not making. I'm doing a pretty good imitation of him, and. So the clearly crazy hot dog guy gives you this completely Batwoman crazy theory about what's going on, and he's 100% correct. All right. Now, I was like, oh man, this is so bad. This is like the worst. So, of course, it's a great candidate to watch as a bad movie with Matthew. But then it hit me. Even in my mentally compromised state, is there a way to make this into a good movie? Bad acting, silliness, all of that. Can it be salvaged?
No.
No, actually.
Here we go.
Actually, I think I did it. I actually think I did it. I did. It didn't take much, by the way. All I did was a very, very minor editing in the last about minute and a half of the movie to add a real twist to the ending. So I changed it so that Mr. Hot Dogs was not correct about his theory. And so what really caused it was something else, something far more nefarious than Mr. Hot Dog's idea. Something truly terrifying.
In the movie?
Huh?
Did you put Matthew in the movie?
Did I put Matthew in the movie? No. I considered it. I did consider it. But no, I did not put Matthew in the movie.
The Dolphins?
The Dolphins did it, yeah. So, The Happening has 18% on Rotten Tomatoes. That is too high a score. That is way too... Yeah, because it is so bad. But I think I fixed it. I genuinely think I fixed it. And I want your guys' opinion on that when movie night happens, not this week, but the following week, because that'll be Halloween weekend. And when we do movie night for Halloween, we're going to watch Cat's Paw, followed by The Happening. Matthew doesn't know that The Happening has the special edit at the end to make it a truly terrifying. And I mean, like, I will tell you that when that last frame hits, you will. It's like one of those things. You like. I'm trying to think of a movie that really hits you at the end, like for some people, the Blair Witch Project, or the
Jaws.
Huh?
Jaws.
Jaws. Really? Jaws. The end of the movie got you?
No, I'm just something out of blue.
Okay.
I got to ask a question. I got to ask.
Right.
I don't remember all of it, but was it or was it not a virus or just something like natural or something?
Are you saying the original ending, or are you saying my ending?
Yeah, the original ending.
The original ending, the plants of the world got pissed off that people were people, and started talking to each other, and released super pollens to make us commit suicide.
Oh yeah, yeah. I remember that because I remember everything falling.
Right.
I remember planes crashing.
No, they didn't crash planes, but they just made people commit suicide. Just random.
Yeah. Uh-huh. I remember that part. I remember people get. It was in the. I think it was
and where Shyamalan's directing works is like the scenes of people actually committing suicide were haunting.
Yeah.
And very well done. The problem is that when you realize that it's literally just plants spewing killer pollen in the air and the wind blowing it at people, and so like they're running away from the wind.
Yeah.
And
are you describing the TOS episode Shore Leave?
I wish.
I mean, that scene where they were on top of they jump out of a house or something, and people just fall in.
A construction site, yeah.
Yeah.
And there's some very, very haunting scenes there. But then when you realize what it is, it just becomes silly. You're like, wait a minute, the plants are just trying to kill people? What? And why?
Or the earth or something.
Yeah, and it's like, and then like Mr. Hot Dog's like, yeah, it's the trees, and they can talk to the grass, and the grass can talk to the flowers, and it's like, what are you talking about? What kind of science is this?
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, Marky Mark plays a science teacher, and this is unfortunately the level of like, this is one thing that drives Matthew nuts is like when you portray science really badly in a movie, and like the kind of science, like in the beginning of this movie, they're like, he starts out and he goes, so you guys hear about the bees?
Yeah.
No, really, I read this article about bees and they're dying. So what do you guys think? And he's like a high school science teacher, and he's asking his students, "What do you think about the bees, man?" And so, like one student's like, "The virus? Yeah, could be a virus, maybe, but it's not. What do you think?" I don't know, maybe global warming. Yeah, maybe the temperature goes up a little bit, but that's not the problem. What do you think? Well, maybe it's just we don't know. You're right. That's what it is. You know, sooner or later, we'll write something in the science textbooks, but ultimately, it's just some crazy act of nature. We'll never really know.
And you know what?
That's what he says. And I'm like,
but that's
what?
not entirely true, is it?
Yeah.
We eventually figure it out.
Yeah.
No, but he's saying we'll never. He says we'll write something down, but we'll never know.
And we're thinking about.
We always figure it out in the end, don't we?
And we're thinking about that movie.
Well, maybe not always. Science doesn't always figure out the answer to everything. But the way that Marky Mark says in this is that we never figure it out.
Yeah, and we're
write some stuff down.
But it usually is one crazy. It's usually a small team of people working on it.
Yeah. What were you saying, John?
That was me.
Oh, I thought you said something. I'm sorry.
I know it's me. I was going to say where thing about his movie is he's in himself. M. Night Shyamalan, and he acts stupid as well.
Well, M. Night,
he's in every movie. He's in every movie.
And no, Thomas, Yosef never sent me those pictures of Bird of Prey 5, and if he did send them to me, I wouldn't open them.
And he's in every movie, and his acting is worse than that. Sometimes
probably removed by a firewall. Anyway, Salty, I need to go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's you know, somebody has to work here.
I understand. Hey, you know what? Wipe the goat and sheep milk off your face, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a great day, everybody.
You too.
Talk to you later, Joseph.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Alex still there? Alex, who's the one in black?
He's got to go shill for Dell.
Alex still there?
He's been quiet this whole time. He's
I'm
been
saying,
here, but he hasn't said a word.
Oh, what word? I thought maybe sleep or something.
Yeah.
I decided to not talk a lot too tonight.
That was the first time for everything.
Yeah.
Like I didn't spoil the Foundation series.
Well,
that's
good
the
job
first
on
time
that.
for doing something like that.
Well, you know what? His move is so crazy. He's never moved, and now he's moved up to producer. I think he produced several TV shows now. I can't remember what, but it's quiet.
Did you know Did you know The Simpsons have come back on, and I haven't watched a single episode?
Well, I don't really watch The Simpsons, so
I've stopped watching it after last year.
I stopped watching it like 2 decades ago or something. I don't know.
I've only watched like 5 years of it, if that.
We started watching when we hair was still correct. They're still black.
Yeah, I don't even remember.
Yeah.
They made Lisa into an activist.
Lisa was an activist day one.
Exactly.
No more of an activist.
Oh, she's
Now
strapped.
she's woke.
Yeah, you talking about? She's strapped.
Yeah, now she's like that.
All right.
She was.
By the way, the best thing Marky Mark ever did was his appearance on Saturday Night Live after, what was his name? The dude from Lonely Island.
Marky,
What was the main dude from Lonely Island? He's really funny on SNL. But,
Speaking of, go ahead.
The guy that did the Dick in a Box song, but he used to make fun of Marky Mark on SNL. And he would because after the happening and his really bad acting, he would do like these shows where he was like, Mark Wahlberg talks to animals, and he goes, "Hey, you're a goat. How you doing? What's that all about?" Because that's how he was talking to these kids in like the high school and stuff. He goes, "Hey, Mr. Goat, what's up with that?" Well, hey, I gotta go now.
He does that, He
and-
does that for the movie.
Right, but so then hold on, Kermit, hold on. And so then Marky Mark, Sandberg, Andy Samberg. And then he goes, "Oh, hey, you're a sheep. Hey, Mr. Sheep, what's being a sheep like? What's that all about?" And that's like all he would do is walk up to different animals and say the same thing. And so after he did this for like 3 weeks, then Marky Mark actually came on to Saturday Night Live. He wasn't the host. He just showed up as like one of those little cameo things. And and Andy started doing the sketch, and then the camera cuts to like backstage, and like the security guard's back there, and Marky comes busting through the door. And he's like, "Where's Sandberg?" And they're like, he's like, "Where is he? Where is he?" And then and Lord's like there. He's like, "No, it's okay, Mark. It's okay. No, where is he?" And so they walks up to Andy, and Andy's like, "Oh man, I'm sorry. What's going on? What's going on?" He goes, "Hey, Andy, why are you making fun of me? What's that all about, man? Why are you doing that?" And then, so he did it exactly like how Andy was doing it on the sketch, and it was just absolutely hilarious. But
he does that every.
I have something.
Every
I went to
movie and see the same voice. He does that. He doesn't change anything.
Right.
He changed nothing. I mean, when formerly saying, still talking that way. You don't change nothing about it. I'm like, come on, it's still. Go on, Mark, do something. You don't grow no beard, no mustache, nothing.
I went to a professional wrestling match.
Never been to a wrestling match.
You know how they have stories in those?
They try to pretend they're stories, yeah.
Yeah. This guy came out with a championship belt, and then he was then he led him several wrestlers through a merry chase around the backstage of the facility.
How to do it, Mark?
And then when he finally got out, I'm not sure, one of the wrestlers is waiting with him in the car, and he goes to open the passenger door, and the ref gets out, and he knocks him out, and he takes the belt, and I don't remember if he took the guy with him or if he drove off without him. But either way, the car sped away.
Well, that wasn't very nice of him.
Okay. But Mark.
It was one of their skits.
Mark.
I'm going to have to head out here. I just want to thank you for having me on the panel.
No, absolutely, John. Thanks for actually, and I'm going to stop right here anyway because we've been going for way the heck too long. So thank you to all of you that have hung out with me for these, holy crap, 4 hours.
Can we talk a little bit after?
Kermit, I've been streaming for 4 hours. It's 1:22 in the morning. I can't keep talking about it.
Late, man.
Sorry, I just wanted to talk about a little bit.
I understand, buddy, but you know what? I can only go
This one thing.
I can only go for so many hours in a day, my friend.
Yeah, you bet your bedtime, Sonya.
But John, thank you for co-hosting.
Let's go till 4 in the morning.
No.
Yeah, not maybe after. You know what? Honestly, maybe after I move, then I'll think about.
I'm kidding. I don't need to be up that late.
Well, then I'll think about doing longer streams, and I'll cut off the beard for $299,000. And you know what? For $299,000, I'll even sneak to John's house and cut off his beard.
I might have something to say about that.
Well, you know what? You'll be asleep, so it won't matter.
Let's start a GoFundMe, Thomas.
All right. So, guys, thank you all. Take care. Have a great night. And you see, I'm better than Matthew because I kept going.
You should film it.
Oh, yeah, I'll film it. I'll film it. I'm going to sneak into his place, shave that sucker off, and then, you know.
Take your beard off real good.
Wake him up and film. Shake him awake.
I'll tell you what, Thomas, for $299,000, I will go till 5 a.m. every Monday.
Yeah.
There you go. That's the deal. All right, guys. Live long and prosper and take care.
Untrue.
Joel Untrue.